Hello. Howdy. Can everyone in chat hear me? I'm going to assume yes, we got a lot of viewers, but should be good to go. Hello, and welcome to the LEPL Season 3 pre-season showcase with the second of two show matches. Today we have the Diamond and Masters show match, which should be very exciting. I'm excited to see how today goes compared to last week. Remember, we did the Plat and Emerald show match, which, just a quick reminder, is a best of 5 show match with fearless drafting, all streamed live with a little bit of pre-show and some casting here by your admins in the LEPL. Not sure what to expect. It's just going to be me here on the pre-show, which will be a quick pre-show. Apologies for starting a little bit late. It's not like last week. We did have a longer pre-show just because there was a lot of hype leading into that match. With this match, there is, of course, a lot of hype, but also a lot of questions. Because who are we seeing today play? So we have two of our teams. We have Nesmical 0 win rate, I believe is the name, or now. And we have Seal's Kids, SKD. So these two teams will be fighting it out in our show match to see who is the best of the best, the top of the top for the Diamond to Masters ELO range. In these teams, for now, we have Rinsler, So Comical, Ping Spam, Brezzy, Ness, and Frestrick. And for Seal's Kids SKD, we have Because, Ben, Katian, Blue, Satterbread, and Seal, who apparently is the father figure for all these kids here on the right side. Just a quick introduction. Let's get into to see who's in these teams and what we can be looking for in these games. As a brief reminder before we start, this is the pre-season showcase for the LEPL Season 3. The LEPL Season 3 will be starting up essentially tomorrow. We have our draft, which will be streamed live here as well. So catch us tomorrow. I believe it is at 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST. I will double check and confirm that throughout the stream for you guys, but it will be tomorrow afternoon. So pop in and check out the draft. It'll be very exciting to see who's drafted and the perspective of the different admins and casters on what we can expect when we see these players drafted. Unfortunately, signups have been locked for the Season 3 regular season. So if you haven't signed up, no worries. Feel free to pop in and watch the games, support your favorite team, and join in for Season 4, which will happen eventually, but we're not even in Season 3 yet, so we won't talk about Season 4. In any case, aside from that reminder, let's get into introducing our teams for today. So, now, again, we have So Comical, Brezzy, Rinsler, Ping Spam, Frestrix, and Ness. So, as you can see here, a lot of high ranks in these games. Remember, this is the Diamond to Master split, and there's one person in particular here who is a little bit higher than the rest. I'm looking at Rinsler there in the mid lane, peaking at GM 229 LP. Now, just a reminder, if you don't know how the ranking system works, once you hit Masters, that is 0 LP, and once you hit a certain threshold of LP in Masters, so a couple hundred to a couple hundred around maybe 300 at the beginning, all the way up to 600, you switch into GM, which is the upgraded rank for Masters. So that is 600 LP higher than Masters, which is impressive to say the least. So this team is looking good there with their mid laner. Now, this team averages around Diamond 2 for their peak rank this split. However, you will notice that there are two players who are currently unranked this split. It's early season. We don't actually know if they are playing much this season or have gotten an actual rank other than their placements. So looking over towards their peak rank, we can see that's whereabout they hover. We also have their role priority here. Remember, this is a 6-person roster, so we will only see 5 of them playing at a time. So it'll be interesting to see which players are playing at any given moment. As we mentioned last week, in the LEPL, it's quite common for players to switch around a bit, for subs to come in to fill out either a gap in draft or champion pool, or to switch up the roles. Remember, in the last match we did see the mid and jungle swap around. We saw the support go to the mid lane go to the jungle, a new support coming in to try and switch things up in different games, to try and get an edge. We'll probably see that today, depending on the strategy of both the teams. So it should be good to go. But as you'll notice, Ping, Spam, Frestrix, and Ness are all bot lane priorities. So we have a lot of different variety here in the bot lane. You might remember Ness from... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, no, I was just going to comment, but you go ahead, finish up on Ness, and I'll add,
No
add a little
worries.
bit there. Yeah.
Sounds good. We do have Paradox here to join in for the pre-show, which is good. Otherwise, it's just me rambling by myself, which of course everyone loves to hear, but that's all good. The quick point I was going to make was, I'll switch back here. You may recognize some of these names from last week. So Ness and Satterbread and Seal were all on a team last week. They were JGD, I believe, Jungle Diff, who was our winning team in last week's Showmatch, winning 3-1 over... Oh, I'm forgetting the name of the other team. This is a bad look here. But they were able to win it. And now they are playing again this week on different teams. So just remember, Ness is an APC player, plays a lot of Vel'Koz in the bot lane and mid lane. So we're excited to see what they're able to bring out today. Seal was the top lane player, and we hyped on about their macro knowledge. And Satterbread was the glue that helped bind this team together, playing a lot of different roles in the support and jungle. So exciting to see what they will bring today. Paradox, what did you have for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit on now. Like you said, here we have Ness, who is the team captain from last week's show match, and he played so good that he's been upgraded to the Masters show match, even being Diamond himself. I mean, I think one thing I wanted to comment on is that if you look at the roster here, you actually see a lot of big names like So Comical, Brezzy, Rinsler, and Ness. They're all very gold hungry champion profiles for the most part. So I think one thing I'm looking to and how this team plays the game is like who's gonna weak side, who's gonna suck it up, lower their gold income to because it's always hard for a team when you have like five gold hungry team members. It makes it very easier for the enemy team to make plays, enemy team jungler to punish, things like that. So that's one thing I would be looking for specifically. The second thing that I want like our viewers to kind of, take a look at specifically is what you mentioned earlier, planned, which is the role flexibility. Ping Spam plays a lot of different roles, and their six member for Restric also plays a lot of different roles. So I'm looking to see them flex, bring in new people, bring out new people in every game, and really confuse the enemy team with their drafting strategy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, it's an important skill to learn how to weak side and to take less gold from your team, but hopefully, because these are the Diamond Masters bracket, they will have some of that knowledge and be able to play the weak side. No comment on if they're going to actually be able to, but that's the hope in playing these games. Switching now over to our other team for today, we have Seal's Kids, SKD. A very fun name with Seal being on the roster, but remember we have in this team Ben, Katian, Blue, Because, Satterbread, and Seal. Now, if you're looking at these ranks, you'll notice that there is a little bit of a dip here. We don't have anyone who's peaked Masters just yet for this split in this team, although we do have a lot of peak Masters of all time for this team, especially towards there in that bot lane for Because, who is also a 600 LP Grandmaster to balance out the teams there a little bit. So in their split peak rank, they are about 1 or 2 divisions lower in D4 there, but their peak rank is actually less than 100 LP from now. So they're actually quite closely matched. It'll be an interesting one to see how they fare, especially because they do have some players from previous week's show match, Satterbread and Seal. We did
Yeah.
harp on about their playmaking ability or their macro ability. Remember, Seal was hyped as the macro god there in the top lane. Satterbred had a lot of interesting pathing abilities as well as the ability to roam well on support. So excited to see how they make use of that against their opponents. You will notice that the GMs are in different roles here. So in Now, we had Rinsler, who's peaking GM, and they usually play in the mid lane, whereas on SKD, we have Because, who usually plays in the bot lane, although they can play mid. So my question is, are they going to move the roles around so that the Grandmasters are versing each other, or are they going to switch them into different lanes so that they can try and both get an advantage over their opponent? Are you going to try and get your Grandmaster ahead by putting them against the other Grandmaster to sort of try and protect your other teammates from going against this player that is stronger than them? Or are you going to try and say, hey, look, just whether that's Storm in the mid lane, whether that's Storm in the top lane, wherever they go, and I will get a lead here in the bot lane and carry through there. So we'll have to see what they choose to play through and what they choose to draft through.
Yeah.
Any input
Just to
there?
add to a
Yeah, go
little bit
for it.
of that. Yeah, no, perfect timing actually. No, I think this team is the definition of intangibles. Like on paper, you see double emeralds, right? But what's crazy is that when Seal and Satterbred are in the game, they are the ones driving comms, driving macro plays. I actually had the chance to sit in on some of their scrims, and I was amazed. I was like, wow, amazing macro for Emerald players. And I feel like both of them in their own way really bring the team together. I think one other thing, like another intangible, is like their captain, SKD Ben, actually just got back from a 2 month vacation of never playing League. So, yes, he actually peaked 400 LP. I might be a quick mistake on the thing. He peaked 400 LP, but he hasn't played League in 2 months. So, what does that spell for Ben? Is he rusty? Currently, his only rank is actually Emerald on one of his accounts. So, who knows what's going to
Ooh.
happen there? And I think one other thing too is like look at all the different roles these guys play. I've seen Ben play top jungle and mid since coming back. I've seen KTN or Chris, as many of you know him, 6'1" Jack, play jungle, play top. Even Blue plays mid. Because plays three roles. Satterbred plays three, four roles. Seal plays top. Like there's gonna be a lot of draft strategy heading into this series, especially from the side of SKD. Really excited about that.
Absolutely. And I mean, as we've seen some of these players before, I do want to note that a lot of the strategy here we've seen is switching around to get a favorable matchup, not just to face your opponents, but for yourself, what your comfort is. So if there is a champion that they are really going towards, they will try and switch roles around so that they can either take it away or have it banned against them. So that will make it interesting to see how the draft goes, especially because it is fearless. So if you pick a champion game one, you cannot pick it for any of those other games. So trying to get out those power picks here is probably going to be a way that SKD is looking to get an advantage here in the early stages of the match. In any case, we've harped on for long enough. Thank you for popping in. Unless we have anything else to say about these teams, I'm just super excited to get into these matches. Super excited to see these teams play and what they can bring to the table. So without further ado, we'll pop over to a quick break where we get the lobby set up, and then we'll bring you guys back to watch the first game in the Master Show match of Now versus SKD. Catch you guys in a little bit. So welcome back as we hop straight into the draft for game one of SKD, or SKS as it's written here. And now we see the Fiddlesticks band coming in for the side of SKD, and of course that Rengar, which Ben is known for, being banned out by now.
Yes. So some fun facts. Fiddlesticks is one of Reggie's favorite comp picks I hear, and he's insane on it. It's always a permaban. Ben actually, I think, made it 300 LP, 350 LP top lane on his Rengar, plays a jungle, has been practicing it relentlessly. It's his best champ. Zed, that is actually a targeted ban at the GM mid laner, 650 LP. His best champ by far is Zed, or so I hear. Let's see if he can perform on something else.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I have looked at their OPGGs, and of course, a lot of players do have one or two champs that they are comfortable on, but unlike some of the matches we've seen last week, all these players do have a decently sized champion pool. Maybe that's just because they have played a lot of games or they played League for a while, but they are comfortable on a variety of champions, especially as we did see for SKD a lot of different roles that they could play.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, we do have some of the power picks being taken away, but I don't think that will take away a lot of picks for the actual draft itself. I think we should still expect to see a bunch of interesting picks and some power picks here for both sides. Looking, we don't see the Vel'Koz being banned away yet. Remember, that is one of Ness's favorite champions. We also don't see any bans towards that top side there.
I will also say that the Nefiria ban is tech. Blue, their ADC, actually also plays mages and Nefiria mid. Nefiria is great into some of those major picks, which makes me think that they're going to put Ness mid lane in this game.
I wouldn't doubt it. I think that Ness is a great champion pool for the mid lane just because they play a lot of those mages. Excuse me. And yeah, Nefiria is a big counter on those mages. Remember, the W. That's just invulnerability at your whim. So we'll have to see what they decide to do to go into these mage matchups. They try and match it with a mage, like might see this Victor here come out, which is a safe pick here in the mid lane, or could be going in the bot lane for an APC. Have to see. But I think that's a good strong blind pick.
Yeah. This is kind of a takeaway pick too. So actually on Ness's team we have Rinsler, right? And he's been playing a lot of Victor and scrims recently. So SKS may be looking. Ooh, instantly responded by the Yone. So this is Victor Yone in the mid lane. Ornn top. Wow. It's like they planned out these drafts plan. They've gone through all of these scenarios already. They're ready. Taking away from the Ornn. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm excited by this. The Yone into a Victor matchup, very volatile, especially you want to get ahead on the Yone, and Victor, you want to survive a lane phase, so we'll have to see. There's going to be a lot of jungle attention, I would assume, towards this mid lane here. The Ornn pickup, a great blind there on the top side, but I'd be worried about something like maybe a Darius. It is a neutralizer matchup, the Ornn in the top lane, but when I see an Ornn picked up early round, I'm always interested here to pull up a Braum or a Mel, because blocking that Ornn ultimate, especially if it is your big source of engage, is kind of a killer for the enemy team. So to see what they pick up here.
Yeah. I will say I really like the drafting strategy here. So there is an argument out in the league community that certain players are only GM or only masters because they're one tricks or they focus all their attention on a few champions. So instantly we see each team banning the other team's quote unquote one tricks or their best champions. And then they instantly attack by taking away their other best champions. Like we're taking away the Victor, taking away the Ornn, and we're playing Darius. Like it's exciting. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Yeah, as we do see here, the Darius Ambessa, remember that could be a flex towards that top jungle. Either one can play it. And on the other side, we see the brand coming in. So it looks like this might be an APC brand or a support brand going towards that bot lane there, as we do already have the Yone picked up in the mid lane.
It could also be a mid brand. Remember, this is Ness. Ness takes his APCs and he plays them in
This is true.
role.
Maybe Yone is flexing the top lane. We see an Orange jungle, if anyone remembers that tech there, but I don't even know.
We saw that in-houses yesterday. We saw Orange jungle running the in-houses yesterday.
Yeah, I don't
Admittedly,
know.
That was like plat elo range, so I don't know if they can make it work in like them.
Maybe they're taking some advice there from the plat elo, like, these guys actually are cooking something. So now they're going to play it to a master's level. As we see some support and bot lane bans coming in. That Karma being taken away and the Alistar being taken away for the side of Now and SKS or SKD. I'm looking for a little bit more We see the Ambassadarius, that's going to be Ghost and Ambassa alt in. I'm looking for a little bit more, go buttons or engage there from the side of SKD. And for now, I'm looking for a little bit more support here because we have Yone, Brand, Ornn. These are a lot of good champions, especially when they hit their item spikes and towards the later part of the game. But looking at Darius and Victor, I'm looking towards now to see if they can pick up some of these mid or early game champions that'll help navigate, their transition into that mid to late game.
Mm.
As the
Yeah.
Nami coming out, an interesting ban away here from SKD. Let's
Yeah.
see what.
So
Oh, go ahead.
no.
Oh,
I'm getting confused
surely,
between the teams, but
surely we get Master Yi popped up
oh,
in the Masters one, right? He is a skillful champion, so if you are able to W cancel your auto and save your Q to dodge abilities, then he is actually a decent pick. As he is locked in here, Master Yi on the side of now.
yeah, there's not a lot of CC. I mean, like they're situational with Ambessa R, Darius Pull, Victor W. So Mastery is not a bad choice here. I will point out one thing is that the Karma is a very targeted ban. I've seen Pink Spam first pick like it's one of his strongest supports. Naomi's also just a very strong support in the meta, so great ban on that front as well.
As the Varus being covered here for SKD. The decent ADC pick. Even in the top lane, it has been nerfed, but it is still strong. Let's see what they can do with their hands on that as they are looking to blind pick a support here for SKD. Still not quite sure what the draft is. Remember, Brand could be APC or a support carry. They kind of left that flex up for the side of now. Have to see what gets locked in. As for Khan being hovered here for SKD, and that is what I was looking for. It provides them a lot more engage, and with the dash, you were able to follow up on the Darius Ghost or Ambessa alt engage. So I do like that champ a lot, as it is locked in here for SKD. The final pick for now, looking towards something to where we have a lot of auto attackers here in the Yone and Master Yi. So I would expect an APC here in the bot lane, and then a little bit more either peel here for your Yone Master Yi against the Rakan, or on the opposite side, it's just more engaged for them to follow up with that Ornn. So loading in, never
Yeah.
mind. It's going to be the Soraka there in the bot lane, so that's probably going to be playing more towards that bot lane priority. Remember, Soraka is quite powerful with those Qs early, and able to support up the Yone and Master Yi with the heals in the later stages of the game if she does not get picked off. Exciting draft here for
Yeah.
both teams. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. I will say, I mean, just looking at we took a look at the elos earlier, and I I'm interested by the putting So Comical on Ornn duty here because he's arguably one of the better top laners in this matchup. He's 200 LP Masters peak against Darius, which of course is Seal's best champion by far. But Seal at the end of the day only peaked E3. He's currently E3 into a Masters 200 LP top laner, and yet they put So Comical on a tank. So remember we had this conversation earlier today, which is like who's gonna play weak side on now. So is it going to be the bot side? Is it going to be the top side? Looks like they're trying out So Comical on Ornn duty, top side, taking away one of Seal's best champs. And I'm interested to see how it fares, especially
Yeah,
since Seal got Darius.
it will be interesting. As noted here in the Twitch chat, there might be a little bit of a lack of mobility here on the side of SKD. The Victor, the Varus, very immobile carries. The Darius without Ghost is not going to be able to do too much. So there is a question of what they're going to do into the Ornn, especially if you are confident with your Ornn combos and your QEs and your ults. You might get caught there if you are hanging out in a side lane without flash. So it'll be interesting to see how they are able to manage that as we are slowly loading into the first game of the day.
Yep.
Oh, of course,
I
Stormy
would
Muffin.
say,
We are reading chat. We always have it open, and we are keeping our eye out for any hot takes. So it's good to share your opinions, good or bad, and we'll, if we have time, chuck it up for everyone to think about.
yeah. I will also say though, if this is LCK and we are playing like 2022, 2023 DK, that is Barrow picking a Rammus support. I don't know. It's probably sucks in Soraka, but into Yi and Yon sounds pretty good. Actually, I don't know what I'm saying. Brand Soraka is horrible for. Brand support.
Yeah, brand support and Soraka APC is an interesting one. We have to see. As J Rich there in chat is saying, apparently there's a big draft gap here. So we'll have to see if that's actually how it plays out in game as we wait for the spectator delay. Just a reminder, we are doing a spectator delay for these games just to make sure some of these players may be streaming or may be tuned into the stream. So we want to make sure there is no unfair advantage they have there.
Yep.
Some banter in the chat there. J Rich more like L Rich. The game haven't even started, guys, and we're already getting beef there in the chat. Some remnants from last
This
week's
is
show match,
some
perhaps.
exactly Tater Tot and Geppetto's puppet going at it.
As we take a look here at the predictions, overwhelmingly in SKD's favor, or SKT. I've seen it now. It's SKS here. It was SKD, now SKT. Who even are these guys? This is
Yeah,
T1
they're definitely
reincarnated.
SKD. Yeah, no, they're definitely SKD Seals kids. I don't know where the SKT came from. Maybe they're manifesting a T1 type win here.
And that's what I'm hoping
SKS.
for. It would be exciting if we have T1 here in our very own LEPL. But yeah, overwhelming victory here on the side of SKD. Although, people are saying it's a draft gap towards now. So, put your points where your points where your mouth is. We'll have to see what happens in these games. As still waiting for the spec delay, but we will get in very shortly for everyone who is waiting.
Yeah, let's swap over to the client, I guess, right? Seal? I'm not Seal. Planned. I'm so tired. I did not sleep last night.
No worries. You go and get some rest, absolutely. I will see if we might have one player from SKD pop into the chat to help cast. If not, we'll do what we can and take it away, make it as interesting as possible for you guys watching here. It's counting down until we get into game here. So, some big shots here from J Rich, wagering 26k on red. Well, it's a bit too late here, unfortunately. I have to wait till game 2 to do that, whereas Sturry Muffin has wagered all 80 points. It's a big spender over here. On to now. See if you can win that and get a whole bunch of points in return. Let's see how it goes as we head into the first game of Now versus SKD. 10 seconds. I can barely contain myself. I do appreciate the spectator delay, but at the same time, I'm always a bit jittery as it ticks down, just because I want to be in game. I want to see what they're doing. I want to see what's happening, and I want to take in all these different plays.
It's time.
It is time. So we load up here. Of SKD versus Now. As for this early game, it should just be a standard spread. Remember, in Season 15, they did change the timers, so it's no longer really viable to go for an invade with your team. Instead, usually everyone goes their lanes and prepares for the phase, as there you have it, minions spawn so early now. I say now, it has been this way for a couple months. Still clinging to my old immediate 5-man invade. Unfortunately, that's not going to be happening anymore, but I can still hold out hope for that to come back eventually. Some words being thrown down on the entrances, just to check out where the opposing junglers have started, as it should be, I say, a fairly easygoing laning phase, but in the LEPL, you never really know. As some early trading here in the bot lane, The Soraka going to keep the brand nice and healthy while dealing out a little bit of poke there to the side of SKD with Because and Sadabred here in that bot lane. As we see Ambessa is pathing towards this bot lane, whereas the Mastery is pathing away from it towards the Ornn lane. I'm not sure how happy I am with that, as level 2 is hit for the side of SKD. Recon W in, and some poke damage followed up by the Varus. Responded quite well there by the brand to deal some poke damage back, as that is a decent trade there for SKD. Nice use of the level up timer, but that Soraka is going to keep brand quite healthy in this laning phase. I was just going to mention that Master Yi is pathing up towards that top side, which is interesting because you're pathing into the Ornn lane, which is usually you want just to be your weak side, and you want to path away from it. You know, Ornn is quite good at weathering any storm, so interesting to see what they are going to do pathing into this top lane here. Maybe they're trying to get the Darius put behind early. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
As, looking here to this top side, as we see Darius waiting here for the jungler, maybe calling it out, maybe aware that, you know, this jungler is pathing up to the top side. Some pings coming down in that top lane, wondering where the Darius is, as we do see Darius instant engaging onto this Yi. Yi is going to have to flash as Ghost is popped. As, an early flash, but it still should be enough to get that early kill onto the Darius. Really well played there, as I think this should be a second kill here onto the Yone. As this bleed is ticking down. Flash autos. Oh, survives on 1 HP there, as both mid laners forced to use their flash. Sorry, I was talking through all of that. If you want to pop in Paradox for some commentary.
No. Yeah, no, I was just going to go from high level and saying that looks like because it's an ADC versus Ness, which means their highest elo player, 750 LP Grandmaster ADC, is playing into the, you know, now's lowest elo player, which is D2 peak ADC. That is a huge LP gap.
Absolutely. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of a difference here as 10 CS behind, but remember, this is, you know, a brand APC, so as long as you are able to spread your passive in team fights with your ultimate and your E, you should be feeling pretty good. Just have to see how they can weather the storm here in the bot lane. As just a reminder, we did see the Darius go and invade level 3 this Master Yi, and kill them early, using both Ghost and Flash there. So a big spike up for this Darius in the top lane, which is not what you want to see. As the Ornn matchup, you can definitely call jungle diff and feeding my laner in those cases. But we'll have to see what they can actually do with this advantage here. As still, some trading here in the bot lane, poking out that Soraka is the right way to do it, as opposed to the brand, just because if Soraka is able to hit her Qs, she's able to heal up her ADC or APC quite easily. Both junglers starting at their second clear, as Dragon is going to be spawning here in about 20 seconds. We'll see if either team wants to prioritize early Dragons and see if they can get an advantage started early. We do have Prio for SKD in the bot lane, but Prio for now in that mid lane with the Yone pushing in the Victor.
And I really want to point out like how far behind Yi is to the Ambessa. That is 12 CS, you know, all their camps are gone. This is a huge lead, and Darius got a kill here. Yeah. And still up 10 CS. Wow. This early game for SKD is insane.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very good here being put behind early, especially on champs that you wanting to weather the storm and get ahead early in other lanes. So I'm looking towards as the Recon W comes in for a quick knockup on the Soraka. Not going to amount to much. As this mid lane here, the Victor Yone. Yone is actually doing not too bad into the ranged matchup. So I'm excited to see them be a big carry here for the side of now.
And Plan, let me just put a pause in us talking about the game for a second. I just want to say that Tater Tot is actually here with us in the call.
Oh.
You know, we were a little short on casters today, but Tater Tot's like, hey, yeah, I'll try. So this is Tater Tot's first cast. Everyone in chat, please give him a round of applause. Give him some encouragement.
Be nice to Tater Tot. Don't scare him away. Welcome in. How's it going?
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello. This is my first time, so I'm sorry if I make a few mistakes.
No, you're
But I
all
think we
good.
can get back into the game. Just a quick introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. Well, I'm excited to see your perspective on some of these plays. We have a top lane play coming out. The ult automatically for Ornn as he flashes to be able to hit it. And yeah, it doesn't even matter. There is an instant kill going over the side of Darius. Remember, doesn't have Ghost or Flash. Use that in their early play in the jungle. some revenge here for the Master Yi against this top laner.
We talked about this earlier. You mentioned that Yi was pathing top, and you were like, oh, Ornn is weak side. But one thing Ornn has that Brand and Soraka doesn't have is setup. And when you're Yi, a very damage-focused, jungler, one thing you do want is some setup to be able to auto-attack, get your damage out, and Ornn is perfect for that.
Yeah, I can definitely now see why they're deciding to path towards that top side, as it's surprising that Yi is able to hit 6 here earlier than the Mbessa, even though they're down about 10 CS. So, leeching some XP from their laners, I would assume, but very well played by the side of Now.
I also do want to mention that during the scrims,
we do. That's all good. We have a flash coming here from both the Rakan and Soraka as they're going in. It's a level 6 difference here from the Yone. As Yi coming in, pops the ultimate because it's able to pick up the double kill with that E cooldown coming back up. The Yi picking up the double, or not the double, but picking up a kill as well. So it's gonna be even 3-3 with the kills going on towards the Yi and the Victor. As we do have another fight here in the mid lane. Ultimate comes out of Victor, ultimate comes out of Yone onto the Victor, but able to put down that W area of effect slow and walk it away. Sorry, a lot of fighting going on, but yes, you were saying in the scrims.
So, in scrims, we saw So Comical getting very hard camped in a lot of these games, just because of the fact that he plays carry tops and he has so much agency in the game. But I think picking like a low economy top laner, tank, like Ornn, allows him to, draw less pressure onto him. And since Ornn scales so well, even if he falls behind, he'll still have impact with his engages on his ult.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, having the ability to play through those lanes, and especially not getting gold, but still having pressure, is really important. As we see some fighting coming out in the bot side, a W from the Rakan trying to get onto this Brand here, able to sidestep and walk it off. As both junglers hovering around.
Great counter gank by Mbessa here. They don't know Mbessa's here.
She did sweep the ward, so they did have a brief vision of her, and both junglers just walking it out. But it's constantly, my eyes are going towards this top lane because as top laners do, they're constantly trading and trying to get a little bit of an advantage. As Ghost is popped here, especially Flash as well. So I'm looking at these summoner spells. As ult comes out, it should just be, a solo bolo here for the side of Darius in that top lane.
Very close fight.
I wanted to congratulate So Comical because when we had camera hover top a minute ago, he dodged 3 empowered Qs by Darius. The pull.
Ult coming in from the Mbessa, and this is what I want to see: the Rakan ult coming back in, but should just die to the tower here. As able to pick up the second kill, really well played here. 4 kills over towards the Yi. And I think that was exactly what the side of SKD wanted. Remember, you are thinking about this Mbessa ult to engage, the Rakan to follow up with the Battle Dance and the ult. But, that Yi getting 2 kills on the back end there is not what you're looking for. Even though, yes, you are down CS, that's a 4-kill Yi, which is starting to spike. But yes, as you were talking about that top lane matchup, So Comical has done a really good job, but Seal is known for this Darius, so it's not a big surprise that he is getting ahead early.
Here's you play Yone, right?
I do.
What are your thoughts on the Yone Victor matchup here? Because right now they're even CS. Who scales harder? What is this a good game state for one of them? What are your thoughts?
Personally, I think Yone should have a harder time in lane, especially levels 1 to 3. But when he gets level 3, he should try to find even trades. But I feel like levels 1 and 2 he gets poked out so much. But I did see that he got an early recall off, which is really good, and he came back full HP and allowed him to escape that early laning phase. As for the mid to late game, his side lane is much stronger than Victor's in my opinion, with his mobility and his E, the ability to snap back. You can go for dangerous trades without getting punished.
As we're seeing here, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. This is going to be an example of what happens to the side lanes if the lane is kept even. So I do think it's better if Victor gets an early lead. But I also do think Yone can scale harder, especially with the sustain for Bork.
Yep, as we're looking towards maybe a dive angle here in the bot lane as they're making counterplay in the top lane. Looking towards this Darius. As, you know, he does have the passive proc, but I don't think it's going to be able to amount to much as that ultimate does come in. And yes, you do get the ultimate and passive down of E, but has the W able to ignore most of that damage. So looking towards this bot lane here, there was maybe an idea of a dive, but just going to focus on getting this objective here as the second dragon of the game is started, and just going to be tower dive. No support here, 1 for 1, but that is worth it as you are killing the APC, and only support goes down for it. Wow, lots going on here.
Yeah, this is a very bloodthirsty game.
I mean,
it's not just the Darius and the Yi and the Yone, but it's just a very there's a lot of fighting going on. 15 kills, 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, surprisingly, the only place where fighting isn't really going on is this mid lane. I was expecting a lot more blood here in the mid lane, especially because both of these champs are carry-oriented champs. You know, you want to get that Victor to the late game, you want to get that Yone towards the late game. But they've kind of left both these laners to sort of do their own thing as they make plays on both the top and bot side of the map.
I really want to point out one thing, which is that I don't know if this is intentional or not, but Blue on the Victor has been playing his range on the Yone very, very well. The last 4 times on camera that Yone has gone in for an E trade, he's taken a turret shot because Victor's setting that perfect zone where when Yone Q3s, E's forward, he takes a turret shot and is forced to snap back immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, playing the range is important against Yone because if you're out of position, like Tater Tot was saying, with that E-dash forward and taking those trades, you're able to snap back and be relatively safe. As we see here, ult comes out, Q3, and Flash is forced to be expended here by the Victor, as that's what happens when you are able to use that E to gain distance there. You can just do so much damage.
Yeah.
So Flash away from this Victor. Remember, this Victor, there was some questions here about being immobile, especially into things like this Ornn, like this Master Yi. As ult popped out from Master Yi here, is looking for this outplay here. Flash expended from Ambessa, and the kill secured here by the Victor.
That is not what you want to see.
No,
Victor
as
with a kill.
some more fighting down in the bot lane as ult comes out from both the Victor and, or sorry, the Varus and the Rakan. Not going to amount to much, but some poke damage going down. As what I like about these teams is... Sorry, go ahead.
I do want to mention in the mid lane, when Victor's flash is down, he's very immobile. So when you have champions like Yone who could lock him down with his ult, you do want to look for ganks as a jungler. So I want to keep an eye on Yi. Maybe he would like to look mid. But as long as Blue keeps his distance, I think it should be fine.
Yeah, look, he has to be very respectful. Can't walk up this wave just because Yone can E forward and get a lot of damage done. There's always the threat of that Yone. As the Flash W comes in, Flash away from the brand, good reaction speed. As Ambessa is here on the bot side, was looking for something, but nothing is going to be happening. More trading towards that mid lane as he's coming in for the counter gank. And what is...
Darius on a side quest.
what is Darius doing? This guy just loves the enemy jungler.
jungler.
He's a second jungler here. That's crazy. This is the second time now he's in the top lane doing some shenanigans. And you know what? I kind of like this because yes, into the Ornn, you're not able to do a whole lot, especially the Ornn's playing well. You know, you're weathering that matchup there in the top lane, so go mess with other parts. You know, roam down to that mid lane, provide some pressure, take away some camps from the Yi. So I think this is a really good use of their time, especially when the wave is pushing out and away from you. As Ghost pops, Flash forced by So Comical here. Wow. Rift Herald is up. The Rakan moving up through the bot river, so I expect them to try and fight for something here. Gonna have a numbers advantage for SKD here. See if they can make something of it. Do see some trading in the mid lane. W does knock up for some damage onto this Yone.
I will say this lane is becoming a little bit easier for Victor. That's his empowered E, I believe, right, Tater Tot? It's a little bit more poke coming out. Yeah.
Yes.
Can we do a quick check planned on the gold that every laner has currently? Just see where people are at. I believe if you press X or something.
Yep. As we're looking here, big gold lead here for the side of this bot lane and top lane. 2k up and 1k up respectively. So a lot of gold here for the side of SKD. But I'm also looking here. This mid matchup is very even, but this jungle matchup very in favor of the, even though they're down camps, they have had 5 kills. So gold influx on one of your carries.
It It is part of the reason where Yi has just been in the right place at the right time. I don't know if it's intentional or if his laners choose to fight trade heavy just as Yi gets there, but Yi has been really reaping the benefit of a lot of kills from just being in the right place at the right time when Mbessa is farming camps. Part of the reason why he has such a big gold lead right now.
Yeah, as
Oh, Spite!
that was, and that's the risk you can take here as this Darius. Yes, I love going as the flash comes out there for the Yi. This should just be a kill, but as 3 people top, they choose to call it off. But yeah, the Mbessa isn't there. You don't have Smite as the Darius. As much as you can play the jungler, you don't actually have that ability. So Yi comes up and just, smites away that camp. It's going to go over the side of Now. But they are able to make the play on the opposing side using both the Varus ultimate and the Rakan ultimate to secure 2 kills in the bot lane as they're looking towards the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is so huge because, like, the way you look at a game of League is, like, you're indexing resources into a part of the map. So, Now chose to index their top laner, mid laner, and jungler top into, of course, stealing the Rift Herald, and Darius was able to get away. SKD invested all their resources in the bot lane, and they got 2 kills for it, right? So here we see, each team investing resources in different sides of the maps. It's so huge that Darius, got away, didn't invest a kill because he's able to base, come back healthy, TP back to lane, protect his tower. Wow.
Yeah, and I will say here that it's been 3 Drakes practically uncontested here for the side of SKD. So they do have a win condition there in the Dragon Soul. So I'd be a little worried here on the side of Now because yes, you do have a lot of kills in your carries, but if they're able to stack up objectives like they have been, then no amount of kills are going to take away those permanent buffs.
Rezzy's doing a great job of staying in this bush. He's sniffing out this dive on his top laner.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you have to do as jungle. You got to hang around and make sure that, if they decide to do something there on one of your sides, then... they waited right for when Rakan recalled. That was really well timed as ult comes in from... Ooh! Nice Q!
Wow.
Yeah, as that...
Huge play.
Yeah.
Rezzy waited the perfect amount of time for, SKD's jungler and support to back, and immediately runs to the Darius in that short window of time before the wave crashes on the tower.
Yeah, as on the other side, 2 ults come out here for the bot side, as, ult out from the Soraka is going to keep this brand alive just a little longer. Not going to actually be able to make the difference, unfortunately, though, as they're going to get a double kill for the Varus here on the bot side, and Mbessa here on the top side does kill off that Yasser Yi, but might die to this Ornn, has to play it well.
Real proc
again. Looks like he's going to be able to get out. As Victor here might have been caught in the wrong place, wrong time, as yes, this Yone is just able to, constantly hit, and is able to gap close really well.
He doesn't have enough damage, though. How much gold is Yone sitting on right now?
Sitting on, almost 2,000 gold.
Yeah. That's a pretty aggressive play for sitting for that much gold, because I remember checking like 5 minutes ago and he was on the same items, Bork and Boots.
Yeah, I just hadn't taken that back.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that was a decent play by the Yone. It was just that difference made by Rakan there, able to roam up from the bot side towards that mid lane to help out the Victor. I think if it was a 1v1, then that Yone just absolutely destroys the Victor, even with Flash. Ult comes out here in the top lane just to clear the wave. I don't think it should actually do too much. It's just non-stop.
I do want to commend the SKS bot lane, though, for the Varus pick as an answer to the brand, because typically, as a APC bot, I would imagine you would want to outrange the opponent. But it seems as though the Varus is doing a very good job taking care of it.
Yeah, that's the benefit there. Go ahead, sorry.
Rakan's also huge here because Rakan is also used to punish immobile, League of Legends champions. And you see here, Brand Soraka is a double immobile lane.
That ultimate just barely not hitting.
Wow.
Does manage to get the double kill here on that mid lane. They've been killing this bot lane on repeat, so really well played from the bot support for the side of SKD. We were mentioning that this is the GM player, so they are showing their skill against this diamond player on the other side.
Yeah, SKD is doing a really good job playing to their comps strengths, and like kind of if you look at SKD's comp, what they want to do is you see they have Verisalt, they have Rakan CC, they have Mbessa, which is an ult which is really easy to hit if a target is CC'd. So you can see that a lot of these picks that they've been finding in this mid game start off with Rakan finding a W into a Verisalt into an Mbessa ult, and it's just a formula they're rinsing and repeating over and over and over again to get those small advantages that build up over time.
As this Darius does pop Ghost here in the top lane, Flash coming out here, matches from the Darius, able to get that Q, the Q proc to get that extra damage there on the outside of that circle, and picks up the solo bolo in the top lane. But yeah, I think this Rakan is just popping ults and then either flashing or Wing right onto whatever target they need, which enables both the Varus, who has gotten the kill onto this Yone in the mid lane, to hit their ultimate. And then you have so much burst damage there from the Varus stacks.
Yeah. I think one thing that's also we want to call into question is the scaling. Tater Tot, what are your thoughts on the scaling of both teams here?
As nice Q there from the Master Yi to get them out.
To answer that question, I do. Oh, we have another TP. I think it's gonna be a fight for a Scuttle on the Drake.
There might be one.
Okay.
Oh, as Ornn ult instantly popped. Looking towards Mbessa, zoned a little bit out.
Though.
Ult comes out, really well played. Soraka ult, 3-man knock up here from the Ornn is big, looking towards his low health Mbessa. Flash by the Yi, but taken down here by the Varus. And I'm looking at this Varus right now, it's just untouched here in the backside. Doing so much damage.
I do think it is just the wallet gap.
Yeah, I think
just have so much more gold on them.
that was a... I don't mind the forced engage, but they didn't actually engage onto one person. I remember Mbessa was in the bot side dealing with the Yone, and then their team was sort of split. You know, they were focused on the top side towards the Rakan and Darius, the bot side towards the Mbessa, but no one actually popped on their carries, which is the Victor and Varus. So they were able to win out that fight without taking too much damage. Yeah, but yeah, wallet gap is 3 items here.
Question, John, about the scaling. I do think the red side here can outscale, but I also do think the Varus has so much safety with his range and the appeal from the Rakan that it might be really hard for the Yi and the Yone to actually connect to the two carries. Even if that does happen, the Mbessa has access to the backline, which I don't think the Soraka could effectively peel. As I assume, depending on the situation, Ornn will be mostly engaging.
Yeah, as caught up for the stun there on the side of that Victor W. And yeah, Rakan ult popped and you're just able to burst him down. So yeah, there's a lot of engage here for this Rakan, but like you just said, there's also a lot of peel. So keeping your carry safe and allowing them to poke with their range advantage for the Yone and the Varus. It's really hard to, you know, get a good engage unless you land that Ornn ultimate. That's going for Baron here.
I was gonna make a
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna make a comment that earlier that, you know, Ornn is dying to these solo kills, but Ornn is infinitely more valuable in late game teamfights compared to Darius with all the item upgrades he brings and the scaling he brings. But like as Tater Tot mentioned earlier, honestly, it's a question of the wallet gap. Can Red Team even survive to Elder or like, you know, drag this game out to be able to spend that gold? And even with that, it's a coin flip because you're right. Mbessa has so much backline access. They don't have that much peel, and I didn't think Blue Side had enough CC for Yi, but it seems like they're really, whatever little they do have, they're focusing it on Yi to try to trap him down in these fights, or find him out in his jungle, pick him off in his jungle before they can get to a 5v5 team fight. Blue Side's doing a really good job of looking for picks in this game.
Absolutely. And I want to say, I did make this point here in the draft, but the Soraka support, I was looking towards something with a little more either peel or engage the side of now, just because you already have the Yi, you have the Yone, and they're the carries that you want to get ahead, but you have to have setup for them. And I'm looking here, and yes, the Yi is ahead, 6 kills, but who else is going to support this Yi other than the Ornn? You know, the Yone, other than ult, there's not a lot of setup there. You know, Soraka, maybe it's a silence, but you can't actually engage with Soraka. If you flash silence, I think you're trolling. As the brand here, yes, a lot of poke damage, but again, we're looking at this Yi. Where's the setup? How is this Yi able to be, you know, how are they able to let the Yi carry them this game? So I'm looking at how they can play around their strength.
I agree with that. I also think the value of Soraka comes with like healing back poke, you know, when you're trying to enter Drake pits or Baron pit.
Oh, as this,
the top right here.
Yeah, ult comes out immediately from the Mbessa here. As flash recon ult to get everyone charmed up, but I don't think it's actually going to matter. They're kind of
Huge
out of position
Ornal.
What
here.
a great Ornal,
Ooh,
actually.
they're throwing.
A big shutdown on the E.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're looking for, right? Like, yes, the E does go down, but not
But
before
Darius
getting two
does get his
kills.
reset. He is going off.
Oh,
You do see Varus and Yone in the backline, though. As Darius does seem to die.
yeah, it does go down to that brand. I think, yeah, that's what you want. You want them to engage on you, and then have that Soraka silence come down, have that Ornn ultimate come down. Yes, they did pop the Rakan flash and ultimate, but remember, it wasn't comboed with the Varus. You're comboed with the Darius, and Darius doesn't really benefit from having any skill shots to hit when you are CC'd, other than maybe a Q.
Oh no. Oh no.
As Varus cleaning up that fight does kill off the Brand and Ornn.
It was a huge fight with Red side. They picked up a lot of shutdowns. You know, they protect against the Baron siege. Oh my.
Yeah, but
Those 2 kills on the back end really unfortunate.
maybe staying a little long as this Varus is able to come up from the mid lane and finish up these 2 kills. 12-2 here on the bot laner for SKD.
Already almost full build, actually. One more item.
Oh jeez, yeah. If you're looking at these items, we have 3 items versus 5 items here, and you're feeling a little worried about how these fights are going to go, especially with the poke that comes out from the Varus. It's going to be feeling quite strong. So, ooh, a third of the health being dealt away from this Yi. But as you did mention, this Soraka is going to be good at healing up any poke that comes out here. So, oh, Varus ult comes out. Soraka instantly dead. Walked him a little bit too far. As Mbessa comes out here, the flash in from Darius, and they might just be trying to end it right now. As this, yeah, Orange is going to be run down here. Triple kill going over to the side of the Varus. As they just are running down this mid lane, and I don't know if there's any hope here for the side of now. Tater Tot, any hope that we can see? What do they have to do in order to win this game?
Unless Rinsler pulls out some kind of miracle, I don't think there's a way we could see a comeback here.
Yeah, as that, Varus ult is just going to find him under the tower, and even without the Recon setup, just able to pinpoint in between the tower and the Nexus to get the game 1 victory for the side of SKD. And damn. GG's.
I do want to say, I think Seal played wonderful here. Like, taking away camps from Yi is also very good, because you could also give, like, false information. Because if your camps are gone, you wouldn't really assume that the top laner took your Raptors, right? You would assume that, like, the jungler might have invaded or something. That might give out false information.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. I wouldn't expect, oh yes, of course, the soul laner is coming and taking away my Raptors, or coming is waiting for me on my red buff, I wouldn't be expecting this. So the creative plays here from SKD, I think, made the difference there towards that top side. We'll have to see how they can adapt now towards the second game of this match, as SKD is 1-up in the series. As I'm not sure, do we still have a 3 to 4 minute break in between games for the teams to talk, Paradox?
Yeah, so we'll actually go ahead and start draft in maybe like 1 or 2 minutes, just because they've had a 3-minute delay of, kind of going over the game already. So you can maybe give them like a 1-minute ready check, and then we'll go ahead and get started to draft.
Absolutely. So for all of you in chat, what do you think of that game? That was kind of, I don't want to say it's a stomp, because there was good plays from both sides, but I think ending earlier than any of us wanted to see for at least the game 1. Of course, I wanted to see lots of League of Legends, but wow, very strong performance there from SKD, as we now are going to wait for a minute or 2 before getting into draft for game 2 of Now versus SKD. as welcome back to the draft for game number 2. Apologies for being a little bit late. I was eating a nectarine. So we are back here for the second game draft as some of the same bands here. We see the Rengar and Nefiri banned out on the side of Now. We see that Fiddlesticks and Hui being banned out on the side of SKD. Caitlyn first pick, and now the Veigar in response. What are our thoughts on this?
The Veigar is likely going APC, but he might also be going mid because, as like we mentioned in the last draft, I think Caitlyn is a really good pick here, especially because Rinso plays a lot of Zed. Caitlyn can be really good placing the traps on the shadows, which can be very effective, locking him down.
Yeah,
So that
absolutely.
might, keep him away from that Zed pick.
I'm gonna bring in some essential information right here, and
Oh.
they have switched out their GM mid laner Rinsler for Ferestric, I believe. So roles are all up in the air right now. Looks like they swapped the roster around, so that could impact who is playing what role, what champs on the side of Now.
Yeah, but they swapped out their
Yeah.
GM player. Interesting.
It does seem like the Veigar is going mid, the Ashe is going bot, actually.
That would make the most sense, although I know not a lot of people love it, but still holding out hope for that Ashe support to come back. Well, Fizz
A
here.
Fizz.
Yo, that's a Fizz. Tater Tot, where can Fizz go? I've seen you play at mid. I've seen you play at jungle.
Fizz
Fizz can
jungle.
go jungle, actually.
There's no
there was,
way.
there was a patch recently where Fizz got his W passive damage to monsters increased, I believe. And his clear has been pretty solid. He has a lot of gank potential with his mobility and his ult. I think it is a pretty solid pick, but I do think this is going mid, actually.
Yeah, the
As an
Xin
answer
Zhao
to
kind of
Veigar.
puts it. I mean, hey, maybe top Xin Zhao, maybe AP Xin Zhao, but we'll have to see. Have you played the Fizz Veigar matchup in the mid lane? Who is winning that one?
I do know that Fizz is heavily favored. I'm not exactly 100% sure of how the trading pattern goes, but I do believe the Veigar has to hold his cage to wait until the Fizz uses his full combo, just hoping that he messes up. I think this matchup for Veigar is very difficult because the Fizz has just so much mobility, and you can never initiate a trade because the Fizz can just E over it.
Yeah, makes sense. Zehen here in response, probably looking towards that jungle if I had to guess, although could be flexed to that top lane. I have played up. I assume this is Ness here on the Veigar. I have played against Ness's Veigar in the mid lane as Twisted Fate. I don't remember that game, as many of you hopefully have not seen. It was a bit of a rough one. So I do think that Ness has a lot of champion mastery on this Veigar. So hopefully should be able to survive and weather the storm of this Fizz mid lane.
Yeah.
As Urgot being
People
banned out
say
by the
that-
side of Now. That's probably targeted towards that top lane.
Yeah. In terms of Ness's pool, people say Vigar is potentially his second best APC. And also this is one other thing I wanted to mention is that one criticism or like challenge that Seal has is he's said to have a smaller champ pool. Like by far three of his best champs are Darius, Ornn, and Urgot. His fourth best champ, I believe, is Garen. So I'm interested to see if they look to target that on this last ban. No, so they're leaving Garen open.
I am a bit confused with the Bard ban because there does seem to be a Fizz, and the only immobile champion that you could actually target as a carry is Caitlyn. I do want to mention the danger of like Braum for the side of SKS, as it could be very effective in blocking Ashe and Veigar damage,
Yeah,
especially with Caitlyn, Fizz, and Zinzao all autoing so quickly.
I do like the Braum call it here. I think the Bard ban, I can understand on the side of Now just because Veigar Ashe are a little bit low mobility.
Oh,
I think we did see it
Mhm.
banned away in. It might have been that first game. I can't actually. No, we did not see it banned away in that first game, but they were still low mobility there, so banning it here in the second game as the Melio comes out for that Ashe Melio combo. Now, I'm wanting to see. I mean, for both sides, I love these Enchanter supports, but with these Enchanter supports, you need a go button on these teams. And Xin Zhao W or Zehen Dash, I don't know if they're getting it done. So I'm looking towards this top lane to see if there's any like real go buttons. That maybe a
I
Malphite.
do like Red Side's draft. They do have Ash Arrow, which is a great long range engage tool, and they don't really have any way to kind of circumvent or like prevent getting hit by that on the side of blue side. But you're right on like blue side doesn't really have much engage.
Yeah,
But if you actually look at blue side, like Caitlyn's really good at sieging too. Like they could just play a completely different type of game, you know, where it's protect Caitlyn, have Caitlyn roam. Fizz is great at diving the back line, things like that.
Yeah, and I think that SKD, especially in that last game, it has just been about playing towards this bot lane. Remember the Varus being so
Oh my
influential in those
gosh.
games. So if Caitlyn can get that far ahead, those headshots are going to be doing damage, my friend. Like they are going to be deadly.
We
Yeah.
can
So
see a
this is a
Mundo
blind
blind.
Mundo. Yeah. Into So Comical, who is probably the better top laner by like 500 elo, or maybe like
That's
800 elo currently.
throwing down the
I'm
gauntlet for
interested to
real.
see. Yeah. Oh, and he's just
Not
matching with
Cassante.
Cassante. Wow,
Cassante
he is
is
really
very good into
rolled.
Dr. Mundo with his true damage passive in his ulted
Mm-hmm.
form. But they do have a lot of engage too. They have a lot of lockdown. I do think the Mundo blind was a little bit of a let's say like there could have been better picks, I believe, or maybe I'm wrong, but it
It's
just
champ pool
doesn't.
restricted too, right? So
Mhm. I do believe the
yeah,
Mundo that will not like there's percent damage on Zahan, there's a slow on Ash, there's Veigar Cage, they have so much CC, and especially blind, it just gives me a bit of skepticism, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I
I mean,
no, go ahead.
oh no, you go ahead.
I was going to say that there's like both teams. It feels like they're playing heavily towards like their carries, so to speak. So Caitlyn on the side of SKD and Vagar, in fact, on the side of now. Because yes, Ash can get ahead, but Ash is more that supportive ADC, with the slow, with the utility from the W, the E, and the ultimate. I'm looking towards both these comps sort of playing a protect the carry comp with, Milio and Cassante there for peel and the tankiness. On the other side, we have Nami, Mundo, Xin Zhao to protect that Caitlyn. Have to see who is better at dealing damage in these fights.
I think this Fizz
Yeah.
can make or break the game with a great matchup mid and the ability to one shot carries very easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that's a very good. Also because um, the dot damage against Cassante, especially when Cassante's up against like Caitlyn, Sinzao, Dr. Mundo, where they have heavy AD, where you assume he would be building more towards armor sided. I think this Fizz can put in a lot of work against the tanks too, actually.
Hoping so. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, if they don't build Frozen Heart here against Xin Zhao, Caitlyn, Fizz, Dr. Mundo, come on. So that's what I'm going to be looking for in that Cassante. Or maybe even Zehen if you're going to go tanky, but you should really go Bruiser there. Oh, in the chat, how was the Nectarine? It was great. Thank you very much. Very refreshing. I recommend, if it's not in season for you, that's unfortunate, but pick up a Nectarine if they're on sale. They are a delectable little treat.
Yeah, so why don't we end our little talk about the draft with a little, since we have three people, I thought it'd be nice to do a little bit of a vote. So
Okay.
if you're in this game, Tater Tot and Planned, which draft would you rather have? Would you rather be on blue side or would you rather be on red side? So I'll give you guys a couple seconds to think about it and we'll hear from Planned first. But yeah, so let's do a little vote.
Ooh. I think both sides are pretty even here. I would have to say, if nameplates are off and I'm looking at both sides, I do kind of prefer the red side draft just because I think that the utility they have is a lot higher than the side of SKD. And they also have a lot more go buttons. You have the Ash ult, you have the Veigar Cage if someone walks in, you have that Zehen ultimate to engage. There's a lot of appeal from that Milio Cassante. So I think I prefer the side of now.
I
Yeah.
agree with planned, but I do think SKS also have a lot of disengage with Anami, a lot of back and forth, with a Dr. Mundo ult being able to regenerate so much health, Zinzao ult being able to negate so much damage, and Fizz as like the wild card to be able to one shot carries if he gets ahead, especially into Veigar. Um, so I do agree. If the game is played at an optimal level, I do think now has the better draft, but I think SK has a lot of outplay potential, which we might be able to see, which I'm hoping to see actually.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
we did see at SKD like with that their bot laner making a lot of plays. As a support was quite influential in these games, so we'll have to see. But it comes down to you, Paradox. We've got one vote for either side, so where's your vote gonna lie?
Ooh, okay. Well, I think like when I'm looking at these drafts, I think about two things. It's like both these teams want to be on objectives first, right? Caitlyn wants to set up traps. Nami's great at disengage. Xin Zhao's great at disengage. Mundo's just a tank to soak up that damage. Same thing with now. You have the Vigard cage. It's so hard to enter when you have Vigard cage, Ash W's, you have Milio, you have Cassante just standing there. So I think this game will be very dependent on who gets the objectives first, who has prio for that, who can get there first. The second thing is the Fizz. I think the Fizz is like you said earlier, Tater Tot, is the one champion that can make or break this game because Vigar Cage, Ash Arrow, Ash W, Milio Q, these are all great at stopping champs like Xin Zhao, Nami, Caitlyn, Mundo running at you, right? But Fizz, he has his E. It makes him invulnerable. He can E through the cage. He can, I don't know, E through an Ash R if he has insane reaction time. Like, if Fizz gets fed this game becomes very, very hard with that easy backline access. But looking at both these things, like, that's such a narrow condition. I think I'm going to have to give the draft to now on this one. It's just an easier to play out. Like, the onus is on the Fizz to play well, right? But for now, you just play your champs as you see them. And Zehen, I truly believe is such a broken champion, like, just period in this patch. So I'm gonna have to give it to now.
Especially against like melee champions who actually have to get up close and personal to do damage. It's gonna be so hard to deal against that.
Yeah, I mean the damage reduction of the Zehen ult, like if you can ult in the middle of the Fizz and Zalmundo if they're on top of you, that's so much reduction and healing. So you're able to tank a whole bunch more than many people might expect. Okay, so the vote is 2-1 for the side of now for this game. It's actually the opposite in Twitch chat. We have 67% on SKD and 33% on now, so 2-1 in the opposite direction. So it'll be interesting.
I think that's just some bias. SKD won the first game. They're trying to get their channel points in. They're like, it's a 3-0 sweep. You know what? I'm interested by this role swap that now is brought in. Like, on paper, it doesn't make sense, right? Like swapping out your GM mid laner for I believe for Restor peak Diamond last split.
Yes,
right? That's
Diamond
a huge LP gap. But as everyone says, is that comp is more than rank, right? Like, you could be a great comp player if you even if you're not the highest rank. Maybe there's some pre-existing synergy that we don't know about, and I'm gonna stop talking about the game because we've just got into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the thing we see in the LEPL is a lot of players are switching around, trying to find that little advantage in lane. And yes, there might be a big LP lead, but in a team setting, it doesn't matter what your LP gain is. Yes, your skill is a little bit dependent on, it can be shown through your rank, but like you said, the team setting, 5v5, it is just who plays better as a unit. So we'll see if this shakeup can make or break this one here. As again, standard lanes for all opponents, no invades, and junglers are pathing away from each other.
I think we can, as we can see here, Veigar is actually forced to take bone plating, even with that he has a bad trade, because of the Fizz.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to survive this early lane and try and get some poke down.
I think we could expect like a very volatile bot lane with a lot of healing back and forth, a lot of fighting with trades. Q, Ash W. But it does seem like blue side is going to come on top of that, or come out on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nami, I play a lot of Nami, and I feel like Nami is much better, than the Milio in these early laning phases, just with the slow, the heal, as well as the stun, not just a knockback. But Milio in these late game fights with the 5-man ultimate taking down the CC time and providing a lot of shields and healing there, I think that it's just going to come down to the same as last match. It's how much of a lead can SKD get in this laning phase before now sort of outscales them.
I agree. I also want to point out that the junglers are actually pathing towards completely opposite sides. We can see some heavy training in the mid lane.
Ooh,
nice on top again.
Yeah, I mean, your prediction was spot on for this lane phase. Like, I feel like this Fizz is kind of just bullying the Veigar.
This lane is especially dangerous because the Fizz has, the Veigar is in lethal range now. The Fizz can E and then flash, WQ combo to kill him.
It does have Ignite in this lane.
Ignite. Yep.
Exactly. We did see Cassante roam down a little bit just to check on the topside camps. Did not see any camps up, so they do know that Xin Zhao is pathing towards this bot lane, is confirmed by the Ashe Hawkshot. And I'm not sure if blue side knows whereabout Zehen started.
And
Yep.
one important thing that we did not mention is it looks like Ping Spam has swapped from support to ADC against Because You're Worth It, putting Ness in the mid lane. I don't think we mentioned this.
We
I
did
think
not.
I think
No.
the take, yeah, I think the take was that hey, because Ran game one, like let's try someone else ADCing. And Ping Spam is a Masters triple role, but I believe his best role is ADC. So I'm really excited for this lane matchup. It looks, 15 CS down, it looks tough, but, I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
it
not
is
sure how
it
the
is
matchup
Ashe
goes, so-
into Caitlyn Nami, so I don't blame them for being down CS, but they are playing decently well. They're getting their poke back in. They haven't died yet, so we'll have to see how it continues to go.
I also do see that the red side, Ashe, is actually punishing way more for these overextensions.
Oh, as the Ghost comes out from the Mundo, doesn't have Flash in this matchup, unfortunately,
Flash.
as that's just going to be,
Ignite.
yeah, kill over the Cassante. And then Jungle is here to match, but I guess maybe, like you were saying, this Zehen being super strong, just the pullback, able to secure the kill, and now is walking it out away from this Xin Zhao. See,
Props
Fizz,
to the Zahan for canceling the recall there and actually helping his top laner out.
yeah, we do see the
Maybe
Fizz
reading this inside.
popping up, like, getting some damage here onto the Zehen. Oh, flash away. Oh,
Ooh.
no! Misplay
Bit
here.
of an overextension from the Fizz.
Yeah, and
Ooh, at least he does get to trade though.
I actually... that was very entertaining play, but I actually really hate that. I think that was way too overplayed. Yes, you lost. You got the you lost the Mundo there in the top lane. Just take the one loss and reset. Like, I feel like the jungler, you're staying here for so long. You help your mid laner. Both of you end up going down. Yes, you get the kill in return, but that's 3 kills over the side of Cassante, and you don't have a tank killing machine yet. So if this Cassante gets ahead, especially into a Mundo top, he's gonna be she's gonna be chilling. So this is
And
really
Fizz
worrying
with no-
here.
Yeah, Fizz with no summoners actually decreases the threat to Veigar a lot too, because Veigar can just flash out, and Fizz actually has no tool to escape if he wants to walk out from a trade, if he doesn't have his E actually.
True. Yeah, so
We can already see from the HP bar Fizz is dropping a bit. His sustain is not the best, which does give Veigar a little bit of an edge right now, as you can see with the poke.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, so Comical is taking a bunch of pressure, and now, taking sums off of enemy laners, just 3 kills off. Like, it looks a lot different than last game. So I think now is very happy with how it's going.
However, the bot lane does seem to be quite ahead in gold, especially with the Drake coming up. If they
Yeah.
take a base, the Caitlyn will for sure have like an extra longsword over the Ashe or something.
Yeah, as we see some trading here, W to slow going down there with the Xin Zhao fighting over the Scuttle Crab. We have Fizz the first to move, but we had that 3 kill Cassante, so it's just going to be winning here for the side of Zehen.
Who's gonna kill this
And
Cassandra
does
on
get
the side of blue team?
That is worrying.
Sorry.
I did mention that the Fizz could do it, but even if the Cassante gets like 1 MR item, it might just be over for the Fizz unless he gets armor
Yeah.
pen, or magic pen.
Like, I mean, I many of you may be familiar with the classic copy pasta of Cassante, 300 MR, 300 armor, it has a shield, dash, can go over walls, it's like, when Cassante gets ahead, especially into a team that might lack a little bit of damage, I won't say that just yet because, of course, it's still the early game, but if Cassante can build a whole bunch of resistances, then he is very scary to go against. He can make so much space for his team.
Especially with that ignite that he purchased. It you're not forced into a Bramble Vest, although you may want it against their team. If you focus one target down with your ignite, you could get a lot of value down with the grievous wounds that it provides.
Yeah, absolutely looking towards this, like, Xin Zhao, the healing there, or that Mundo for the ultimate. As we do see Xin Zhao hovering on the spot side, looking for maybe a lane gank here. But
Red side does seem to be smelling something though, sniffing the gank.
Yep, they're being very respectful, which I like a whole lot. They're not overplaying it. Yep, catches vision there. And both
It's
sides
very good
walk
to
it
stop the
out.
Nami base, actually. It delays their war timers, and it allows the red side to actually gain some of the tempo back.
Yeah, so we have
We see a lot of
an
trading
all in
top
here on the
lane.
top side. Cassante ult goes down, as does the Mundo ult. Flash out from Cassante, and with that Ignite ticking, it's going to be a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1. I'm not quite sure if that's worth it, especially with both sums used. But I
Yeah,
guess they do get Drake uncontested.
uncontested Drake,
Top
which is
lane won't push
interesting.
in time.
I mean, the wave state is really good for the side of So Comical. So I think that was like a decent... Or sorry,
No,
not So Comical, for...
I think it's yeah.
for Seal, because it's pushing into him.
Seal, because he's gonna be able to catch this.
I like
It's
the
really unfortunate.
confidence there in the top lane, but I think it might have just, again, a little bit overplayed.
Yeah, but also the argument there too is a 4-kill Cassante. Who's killing Cassante?
As, Ash ult
Right?
goes wide, flash over from the Caitlyn, as, you know, they've got a lot of peel here from this Nami. Oh, nice stun hit onto
Ooh,
this
really good
Ash
flash.
there. As Xin Zhao coming in with the flash W.
You
Flash in response from Zehen. Ult comes out, kill goes down. Over to the
Teleport
side
from
of...
Veigar.
Oh,
Ooh, good disengage from the Fizz with the E, like I said.
Absolutely.
You could just hop over the cage.
ult comes out, but isn't able to kill, so it's just going to be a double kill over to the Caitlyn for nothing in return.
I think the Xin Zhao is actually doing a great job playing more towards bot, you know, playing towards the strengths. Ooh, we see a kill.
Damn!
It's a greedy base from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, didn't realize they were on
Shutdown
vision.
goes to Veigar. Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I mean, like we were saying, it played really well with this Caitlyn, but now this Veigar's getting ahead, and like we said before, like I said before, this Veigar might be their win condition here. So, like, both sides are kind of happy with that, I think. In 10 minutes, almost 10 kills. Nothing less in the LEPL than constant fighting.
Yeah. It is a bit of a slower game on the like in terms of kills per minute compared to game 1, but that is expected because we don't have a engaged like kind of recon. Ooh.
Yeah, as this...
The Ashe oversteps. The wave is pushing in. She had to push the wave and it crashed somehow, but the support wasn't there to answer with her.
Yeah, just caught out. With that Nami slow as well in those autos, it just... Yeah, was not a fun time for that Ashe. Run down there. The item advantage for that Caitlyn with the Collector coming through, so... Oh.
Fizz is not having a good time in the mid lane now that the Veigar gets some stacks and some items. You know, after that first item, he gets so much health. It becomes hard for Fizz to actually kill him.
Yeah, I
without
can
any
see that there, yeah.
without any items.
That, I think Aeon's Catalyst, Aeon's Crystal, one of those two, does give a whole bunch of sustainability to those laners.
We do see an ult coming from the bot lane.
Yeah, 2 ults going down just to get some poke damage, I guess. They're really hitting this tower. I think it's one thing that Caitlyn excels at is just sieging and getting these tower kills. As
Oh, the
Caught
hidden
in the
trap.
trap.
Actually, the hidden trap. The Ashe doesn't see it. It just gets caught. Great trap from the great trap placement from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and it's a hard situation. You know, you're being sieged under your tower, and against a Caitlyn, she does have that range and can put traps around to sort of block you out from walking up to get CS. So well played from the side of SKD, and you're feeling a little bit worried here on the side of Now. But looking towards this top and mid, I think you shouldn't be, because you do have your carries in decent positions. Remember, this Ashe is there to provide utility, but the real damage is going to come from that Veigar and Peel from the Cassante.
Now I do want to mention that Cassante has a lot of damage. Like, a lot of people think, oh, it's just a tank. But when he goes into his ult form, he has the ability to actually 100 to 0 ADCs if he gets his full charge W off.
Yeah, it does do, I think, true damage once it's fully charged in that ult form. Yeah. Oh, we'll have to see. As, Ashe might be caught here. Nami coming from the top. As Ashe ult does come down, but with this slow from Nami, I think it's just going to be another kill going over to the side of Caitlyn.
Ooh,
they're chasing a lot for it.
Oh, with the flash coming out from Nami to steal the kill, and the Caitlyn using her ult.
I think a miscommunication
so
there.
works for Ash though. Yeah.
That is.
You get sums and a trade.
Yeah, I think just saying, hey, I have ults, well, I'll cast it in a little bit. But, you know, the flashing under from Nami, I like the confidence, but Ash is not going to complain about getting a kill in return.
Does Cassandra have top wave frozen here?
I believe so. Just holding
Oh, we
outside
see
a tower.
we see a gank from Caitlyn in mid.
Caitlyn is ganking in mid, and oh my god, okay.
No flash on Veigar.
Just hits the root, I believe, onto this Veigar, and able to kill up in this mid lane. Wow. Using their pressure in the side lane to rotate their bot lane mid and pick up a kill.
The map movement from SKS has been very good, actually. I'm very surprised.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, they're playing really
being
well around
around
their
the
macro.
map. Being able to punish these overextends. You know, this guarantees their second Drake, actually. Bit of a misplay from the Veigar.
Yeah.
I'm really waiting for when this Cassante gets involved in some of these fights, because right now he has a huge lead. Let's check the gold real quick, plan. Let's just see how much that lead is.
Yeah, I mean, up by essentially almost 1,000 gold. You know, 800 gold up there.
Yeah, and he is the front line for what what Now wants to do. So, I mean, these 4v4s are just going to be losing with the lead Caitlyn has until I feel like they have a chance maybe when Cassante gets in there. But up
Yeah.
to then, it's a bit rough.
I mean, there has been a lot of trading on this top side. We did see, while that dragon fight was going on, both ultimates used for these top laners. No kill comes of it, but, like, they've been trading heavily.
I also do want to say that the blue side doesn't have a lot of engage tools. They do have Nami ult, they do have Xin Zhao engage, maybe the Fizz ult, but those are some unreliable source of engage, as opposed to like Ashe ult. You know, the
Yeah. As Fizz ult does come down with this Ashe, farming alone in the side lane. Ult does come out, but, you know, against a Fizz 1v1, you're not going to win that.
this is the power of the Fizz on the side lane, just being able to one shot any squishy carry
Yeah,
that comes
as
in.
Emilio is caught out of position. Nice
That's
ult
a
from
flash, but
downtown.
opts not to use it.
Yeah, I think was just caught, unless you can maybe heal and run to the edge of the pit, but with the knock-up from the Xin Zhao, it's hard to get away, as this Rift Herald should be going to the side of SKD.
Yep.
Now,
Fizz also eating at these tower plates with his W, getting a lot of extending his lead in mid.
yeah, as you guys mentioned, this Fizz, the wild card in the game, if he can get ahead, then can turn these fights very substantially by jumping onto that backline, onto that Veigar, and pumping out a lot of damage. So, you know, 2-1 with that Lich Bane completed. Have to see.
I think the power of Fizz really comes from his second item where he gets his Death Cap or his Zanya's.
Yeah,
But
with
it does
that,
seem to be like his Zanya's with this Ampto.
yeah,
He's going to have so much more freedom to, you know, outplay with the Zanya's, especially with the... Oh, we see the ult coming up from the top lane, actually. Nothing comes of it, though.
Yeah, ult to get away from the jungle hanging around here. Being a bit of a nuisance in the top side for Mundo. That's all good.
Going the Warmark's first item is actually really good for Mundo because he can just take any trades, just heal it all back up. He just sit in lane, heal minions, heal his HP back up. So the Cassante doesn't have that much value in the top lane anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just...
I do feel like it would be better if they rotate the Cassante into bot side to match the Fizz.
I agree.
The Veigar.
I think this top lane, like, you guys have
Sorry,
both been
go ahead.
sitting here for 17 minutes. I think that, like, do something else. Go to a different lane, because yes, you can fight all the while, but I think that your other lanes do want, especially for the side of Cassante, want you there. You are part of why they have, you know, whether equal or almost equal in gold. It's because a lot of it is sitting on this Cassante.
Especially since the Ashe and the Veigar have so much less mobility. They have the safety of that tier 1 tower to run back to. As opposed to this Cassante, who has a lot of mobility.
Yeah, as Alt and
Easily
Ignite
see it.
comes out here for the top lane, looking for the solo bolo onto the Mundo.
Ooh.
Able to walk under tower, nothing comes of it.
The ghost from the Mundo actually saves him.
Yeah, really well played. He's able to get up, and now, like you were saying, that Warmog's healing up all that health, but On the top side, we do have Zehen looking for a dive in this top lane.
Good EQ to stop the Warmog's healing. Mundo has no ult. I don't know if he could get away from this.
No, they're going to focus down on this tower here.
Tower.
Yeah, ult comes down for that slow knock up here, and it should just be a kill going down for the Zehen. I like that they elected to give it to the jungler, because you don't need another kill in your tank top.
Zehen could do a lot of work with the gold.
Absolutely.
Whereas the Cassante will most likely be a beefcake in the front line.
Yeah, 100%. I would like to point out that I like the respect that now used. They recognize they're making a play towards that top side with the Zehen and the Cassante, and they're like, look, we know there's 4 around mid, we're just going to play it a little bit safe, and we're not going to try and make anything happen. As cancels the Blast Cone, really good buffer. Alt has to come out to push him back, but I think with this flash and Ashot coming through, forces the flash here.
Just be
yeah, as the
Veigar's on the zoning the Caitlyn out. The Fizz ignores.
I mean, Fizz going into the bot lane here, but
it's a bit deep.
Yeah, not able to provide enough damage to kill that Veigar, and then just gets ulted and dies after using the W. But Caitlyn ulti, just not enough to secure the kill, even with Collector and IE.
That's
down.
Every single summoner spell for their mid, jungle, bot, and support used in that fight too. And they don't get the Drake with all 4 of them dying. Might be a huge turn from red side over here.
Yeah, and that might just be
5 minutes of scaling. This is huge for the side of red. And also, I want to glaze Brezzy so hard for that pullback cancel on the Xin Zhao Blast Cone. I didn't even know he could do that.
Yeah, buffered it really, really well. And I think, yeah, like now with Cassante in the fight, that's 4 kills, putting in some work. So you're able to be that front line and, provide that peel or, pull back to allow your carriers to deal a lot of damage. And this Fizz, we were talking about if they can kill off this Veigar, but like you're saying, has that Seraphs, has the Rod of Ages, so providing a lot of health and a lot of sustainability with these shields.
Now we get to see the swap here coming in from the red side. We see the Cassante matching the Fizz and the Ashe matching the Mundo. The Mundo doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. It's a relatively safe lane with the tier 1 still up. The Cassante matching the Fizz, trying to neutralize the Assassin. That's a really good swap from red side.
I do like it a lot. As I'm looking towards SKD, and how can they use this Caitlyn effectively? I want to see this Caitlyn rotate up towards this top side or push in one of these lanes to start hitting on these towers, because this is where your lead is and you need to play around it. So as you can see, rotating up towards this top side, hopefully they can make something happen. And yeah, Cassante does not care if the Fizz is dealing damage. Just gonna trying to dive.
He's gonna
solo bolo the Fizz. Oh my goodness.
The Cassante champion just runs him over.
Cassante building full. That's not even. Okay, a pause going through as. Mid laner lag coming through as. Maybe that explains the death there in the bot lane, but I was just gonna say this Cassante building, like, not even having a lot of magic resist, like just having that null magic and then 30 or 20 from the Zeeks. Yeah, like has armor on the boots, has armor on the first item, the Frost Gauntlet there. Like, you're not even building full AP and you're still one-shotting their Fizz. A little worrying.
So this is a great time to mention that each team basically gets like 5 minutes of pause time per game for a total combined of like around 20 to 25 minutes per series. So yeah, I just thought I'd mention that because this is the first time we're having a pause in the LEPL Season 3. So for those of you who haven't joined us before, no, they can't pause for an unlimited amount of time, forcing us to wait here in suspense. They get a limited amount of time.
Well, we can yap here for days and days as they pause, but yes. I think we did see... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's coming back from the rage quit, sorry. Sorry, that was a joke.
I wanted to say that, but I wasn't sure if that was what was happening.
Yep, we have...
This is fine. It'll fix it.
Right, you're right, because of the pause.
This is the pause bug, yeah. When you have spectator delay, it'll come back in a little bit. Just give it, like, right? Yeah.
Yes, it will.
I've seen this happen before.
There we go.
So, there we go.
Yeah, making me worry there for a second if maybe I rage quit.
No, I think, yeah, maybe there were some internet troubles with Blue. It was really unfortunate that Kasante killed him there.
Yeah,
Now they're
unfortunately
forced
going
to
over
match
there.
Mundo.
But I mean, it's not lost. Still, it's 10 kills apiece. There's still a 1k gold lead for the side of SKD, but a 1 dragon lead for the side of Now.
The top and mid laner of Red Side now actually having a 2-level lead over their counterparts. This could be really big for the
Oh, I
stats
do
to
see
get.
that's kind of disgusting. Having a 2-level lead in both of your solo laners. That's
It's a lot of latent gold, right? So like what, for some of the lower elo people, members of the LEPL, when you level up, you get a lot of stats, and that stats I believe translates to about 600, or is it 1k? Does anyone know? I believe it's 600 gold. So that gold isn't actually reflected in your champion's gold that you use to buy items or in your team's gold total. So a 2-level lead on both solo laners is actually huge. That means these fights are closer than you think they are.
yeah. I mean, going for an all-in here, like playing on the edge of tower range. Yeah, maybe overcooking it a little bit with that Mundo ult coming down. Nice hold. If you noticed that Seal held that Mundo ult until the ignite, or I mean, didn't even use ignite. Never mind. I saw that Seal had waited to use the Mundo ult, so I thought it was because ignite, but nope.
His W
maybe
timing
baiting
was
on her
very
tower.
good though.
Yes.
With the Casantio coming out and his charged W, his W reflects a bit of the damage, or it doesn't reflect, but
It heals back, the great health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do want to commend him for the usage of the W, maximize the usage, because W does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to point out here is, remember in draft we talked about both these teams want to be able to hold their ground at objective. They want to be there first, which is like why we see even before like a minute 30 seconds before the Drake spawning, we see blue team here pushing for mid prio, and red team is forced to go out, though they were fighting for vision control. They got the scuttle. Like both these teams really want to be at an objective first, and this is an important Drake. This is soul point. Having soul point secured on red side means that you can force Baron instead of going to the Drake, or like, there's a lot of things you can do, a lot of pressure you can exert when you do have 3 dragons stolen. I mean, not stolen, sorry.
Yeah, well, this will
whatever.
be soul point if it's picked up here. And I think that's what Now is wanting to do. I think SKD is doing whatever they can to stop it. Mundo here on the top side does have TP. He's pushing in the solo lane.
A face check of these bushes could be very dangerous.
Yeah, Fizz ult going down onto the Veigar there as big engage by the Zehen, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Just because that damage coming down there on the side of...
Oh, the Kasante on the Caitlyn, though.
In the back end, melee ult comes out.
This might be very good. Ping spam, dishing damage over the wall.
Yeah, Flash comes out there from the side of Xin Zhao onto that back line, looking to kill off that Ashe, and I think it's just going to be a GG team fight with this Xin Zhao fighting. Because yes, the Kasante can do a whole lot, but a 2v1 with the healing and CC of the Xin Zhao, I think it should be almost over here. As, yep, dash back in, slow in the W.
He doesn't have enough damage without his ult, and his Xin Zhao just has way too much healing.
Yeah, I mean, that Xin Zhao, we did see going into that backline, killing off the Caitlyn and the Nami there, but, I think the Zehen going in a little bit, 1v4 there, jumping into 4 of them, and yes, you can do a lot, especially if you're in the middle of a team fight, but they had blown nothing so far. They had all of their spells up, so jumping straight in, that's a Caitlyn trap where you're going to land. That's, the Fizz is just going to jump on you and, auto, so... It was bold.
I think one thing that's important to do is, like, these teams both have really great target prioritization. Like, who is the threat on blue team? Caitlyn. Who is the threat on red team currently? Veigar. You could see that in that team fight, both teams instantly try to find a pick on the carry. Kasante instantly on the Caitlyn. Fizz instantly on the Veigar. And those were two of the players who were eliminated, the earliest in the fight. So I think in future fights, like, we want to see how much uptime can Caitlyn have, how much uptime can Veigar find in these, in these close fights.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that we don't see as often in the LEPL, in some of these lower elo matches, just because, it's a team fight, just hit the first target. But when you have played the game for a while and are comfortable in your champion and in your team, then you're actually starting to think, wait a minute, I need to focus the carry down. I need to find out who's dealing damage and eliminate them first. Otherwise, it's just going to be, both of us throwing rocks at our tanks. So, great target selection here from both these teams.
I also do want to mention the fact that even though the blue side, the side of SKS doesn't have a lot of engage, they did manage to find the Fizzle, which led to a good follow-up from the Nami with her ult onto the Veigar, which essentially got him out of the fight. And I think that was the turn that they needed. That was the pick that they needed in order to actually win that fight. It was really close with the Cassante 2v2 actually with Emilio.
Yeah. I mean, this Nami, it's not just for peel, it also can be used as an engage tool, because it does give the Nami pass a double to any ally that it passes through. So, able to throw that out, and the Fizz gets sped up and can chase that Veigar down. As we do have a Baron play coming. TP's from Cassante, but Mundo does not have a TP. They need to pull off here. It's a bit...
I'm skeptical about this. Baiting out the Cassante TP, actually a really smart play from the blue side, actually.
Yeah, that was really well played. I was worried there, but I think that, yeah, once you get that TP, take the small wins, and then just walk away.
Now with TP advantage, Mundo's TP coming up, they could force Baron again, and Cassante's going to be in a side lane having to answer. Or they have to force the Veigar to go bot.
Yep, I think now they just want to try and pull someone to the bot lane where that Mundo is, and use the Mundo TP timer to make a play towards the top side. As I'm looking at vision control here, and the top side jungle, or the top side jungle for blue side here is looking a little empty of their wards as, Ashlet comes down, and yeah, Nami a little bit too far up. It's just going to get taken down here. And that's the risk, I think, of walking in without vision of your top side, especially if they were just in the area. If they are there setting traps and you walk in alone trying to get some vision, just get taken down like that, especially dash ults. I don't know if SKD are wanting to fight this. They do have Mundo TP, but is knocking away on those bot lane tier 2 towers.
Might be a bit hard, actually, but Fizz does find a ult onto Emilio and Veigar.
Yeah, as a nice try for the steal, but I think this is when you just say, guys, let's not fight that. We're just going to give up our jungler and leave. Because now, yeah, Caitlyn gets caught by the cage.
Instead, too.
Is this game? They have a mid-wave. Oh,
that's actually...
they're not. Okay.
That's a great cage from the Veigar.
40 seconds on yeah.
I don't think they have enough wave clear here on the side of, they do have enough wave clear on the side of SKD to hopefully stall this out a little bit. But, yeah, that was a beautiful cage by the Veigar to catch that Caitlyn. I think they were just overplaying a little bit. Remember, it was a 5v3, essentially, because their Mundo was away. So I think going for the steal, I can appreciate that, but after that, just, like, everyone else should walk out. We don't need to fight that anymore, because it's a losing fight anyway.
We have to see now how Now uses this Baron to actually get gold on their carries, their Ashe primarily, because their Ashe can dish out a lot of damage onto the Xin Zhao, onto the Mundo against the Fizz, these 3 low-range targets, with Emilio, with the extra range. If this Ashe gets accelerated from this Baron, it could be a very game-changing lead.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about the Veigar being this main damage carry, but if this Ashe can just free hit in the backline, then that's, the second damage carry. It's nothing to scoff at. This Ashe will do damage, especially like you said, with the Emilio buffing her up.
I also want to point out, though, that, people are looking at the bot lane CS, and he's like, Ashe is 100 CS down. But also, I want to point out that Team Sam here is doing just Cassante killing Mundo.
Yeah, Cassante things.
But yeah, King Sam is doing even being 100 CS down against a 300 CS Caitlyn, he is finding amazing ways to bring his team back into the game. A lot of the reasons why, Red Team or, now has come back in this game is because they've been finding picks with Asher, on that Nami, on, Caitlyn earlier. So,
yeah, big cage here onto the Caitlyn.
The Zahan goes into the dragon pit.
Yeah, Fizz trying to get on the back line here, but
steals the dragon, actually. The Zahan.
Oh my goodness, Zahan comes in stealing the dragon. I think it's just a one team fight here for the side of Now, with the Fizz not being able to do enough damage to take out their bot lane there, or their Veigar. As just Kill gonna go over to the Veigar again, and still have Baron. This might be game.
Even with the initial setup, they weren't able to kill them. I think this is where the draft gap starts showing.
Yeah, I mean
they're scaling from the Ashe, scaling from the Zahan, and the Veigar.
Yep, and this Emilio, kind of an unsung hero in these fights, just buffing up these champs, providing a lot of the shields, able to provide that tenacity onto anything that the Namias want to do with the bubble and ultimate. So this might just be game here. They're going to try for it. I think that Ashe with the attack speed is going to be able to do it, and that's going to be game 2 going over to the side of Now. Oh my goodness.
That was a great
This
game
series?
for Comical.
Yeah. I mean, I think like what this is like this is so once again like we saw last game where because it's really leveraging his elo lead into Ness's ADC, so Comical did the same thing here into Seal, right? Like so Comical is obviously like a higher ranked player and he has the counter matchup into the blind pick Mundo. Did a great job of leveraging that. Tater Tot called out or earlier that Mundo is great into Cassante is great into Mundo, so yeah, amazing game. I'm glad the series is tied 1-1. Interested to see where it's gonna go from here, though.
You know, we
Yeah,
did see a swap of players for Restra coming into the support lane. I wonder if they're going to keep that too.
yeah. I think giving Ness the ability to play their own lane, especially not being forced to lane against that 600 LP Grandmaster, I think was kind of a difference maker because allowing that Veigar to scale and run their lane how they wanted to, picking up these kills and then having believe in that bot lane it was ping spam there on the ADC, allowing ping spam just to weather the storm. Your top lane got ahead, your mid lane got ahead, and just playing through those lanes as opposed to playing what the enemy wants to do through the bot side.
I completely agree.
I mean, this is kind of like, I want to say this is almost like the battle of top laners. Darius in that first game being so influential, taking out the Yi early and playing those team fights very well. In the second game now, the Cassante getting the triple kill early in that top side and just playing really well around these team fights, finding picks in the side lane. So we'll have to see in this third game what happens at top lane. And I feel like that's going to be where all eyes are for this third match.
Yep.
As we will go to a short 1 to 2 minute pause as the teams discuss for game number 3. We'll get back to the third draft very, very shortly.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only.
As welcome back to game number 3 of Now versus SKD as we get into the draft for game number 3. What an exciting game number 2. We have a series on our hands. 1-1 as the score for this best of 5. What are we looking for in this draft here? I see the Rengar ban coming out. I expect to see the Vel'Koz being banned as well. But yeah, what are your guys' thoughts here?
I mean, just looking at this draft once again, Rengar, Fiddlesticks, these are huge. These are the jungler's best champs instantly. Jarvan ban is something that Ben has been practicing lately. Looks like they're really trying to impact Ben's jungle pool here, especially because he took a 2-month break and just got back. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Who plays Fiddlesticks on the side of Now? That has been a consistent ban in all 3 of these games.
Fiddlesticks is played by Brezzy, actually.
Interesting. So taking away these comfort picks as the Vel'Koz for Now. Probably going to go into the hands of Ness if I had to guess.
Yep.
One of their most played champions
mean,
in both the
especially-
mid and bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're seeing that Ness is going ADC now. So, like, if he's going ADC, into because, like, why are we giving Ness his best champ,
Yeah,
But-
that's
Uh,
matched maybe with Tristana?
With the,
I don't know.
yeah, with the Jarvan banned out, the Vel'Koz has so much more room to walk. I think the Jarvan could have done a lot of work, locking down the Vel'Koz if he
Yeah.
didn't have flash.
I mean, maybe
Oh,
this is the game
my
where you
bad.
early rotate the Bard. Like, I'm not even sure.
yeah. Yeah, actually, I thought I thought Vel'Koz was banned, but it looks like they first picked it, and they're picking Tristan into it. Plan. Do you remember last week where Ness played this exact matchup? He
I
played
do.
Vel'Koz into Tristana, and we talked about the W interaction. Whoever does it first will get it canceled. Oh my gosh! So Ness knows his matchup in and out, and he's playing against now a GM player playing this Tristan. I'm very excited. He's running it back.
Yeah, and I will say I myself don't love these lanes because it is just a waiting game. You have to really pay attention to see when you can sort of wiggle in your spell because the first person to cast it usually loses that trade, especially if you can buffer. So I'll have to see here as the Scion comes out. A lot of tankiness for the side of Now into that Urgot. I mean, again, they're just playing around their carries, right? They're picking up their strong damage threats in the Tristana and the Vel'Koz and picking tankier champs around it as Graves Jungle coming out for Now. I'm excited to see because we do see the Urgot picked up here for Seal in that top lane. Wondering what the mid matchup's going to be here. Are they going to play something a little more supportive, or are they going to err on the side of let's be the secondary carry? Well, are they going to put the fries in the bag here? Malzahar ult? As it is indeed locked in for SKD. Yeah, I mean,
I do want to mention in the top lane, Sion isn't necessarily a counter to Urgot, but it's all about spacing that top lane. I think does have Comical does have like the
the edge or the unspacing there.
confidence.
The
Yep,
confidence.
the confidence and the edge. The experience going against Urgot, especially since he's master. I think that's a big part about the lane. It's really hard to fall behind on Sion because you have that, the insane wave clear, the passive, you could cheat tempo so well with Sion. And once it gets to late game, you just won't do damage to that champion. With the Tristana Urgot, with just like maybe 2 items, you'll do so much less damage, especially with the W scaling.
Yep. Makes sense here. I mean, yeah, we see the Smolder ban coming out. That makes sense into the Malzahar, because if Smolder gets that Q on any of your little Voidlings, that's a whole bunch of increased stacks. I'm interested to see how they're going to play their jungle, because they do have a lot of setup with the Urgot flip and the Malzahar ulti. So I'm looking to see maybe a little more damage-oriented jungler for the side of SKD. There's the Braum ban, so a little bit of disengage. Hopefully they can have some more engage options here on SKD. I love engage. I kind of harp on about it because it's so easy to say let's send it and send the go button, like we saw last game with the Ashe ult. Here we have Sion ult maybe for the side of now, but we'll have to see what sort of support pickups both of these sides have.
This might be a bit wild, but Sion is also really good into Malzahar, even in the mid lane, because his Voidlings can stack Sion passive, which is he gains a bit of permanent max HP for every target he kills.
True. I
It
mean,
might be very, very, very unlikely scenario, but
yeah,
maybe I'm
Sion.
hoping for a lethality Sion mid.
I mean, even tank Sion mid, like Sion mid is a decent counter into Malzahar, because yes, you both have the wave clear, and you ult the Sion, he doesn't really care. He'll tank the damage and then press W after it's done and walk away. Or he might just ult
And
as
with,
you go to ult. So
and with the E skill and the ult engage, Malzahar just has to flash. With the perma CC with the ult and the
yeah,
Q hold.
absolutely. As I like this, the Viego, perfect. That's their damage that you want. Especially it's great with the Malzahar ultimate because you'll just lock down one target, so Viego can get the first reset. It's great with the Urgot flip. Echo coming out here might be a counter into this Malzahar. I would love to see the Sion go mid, but I don't think it's happening, unfortunately. As lots of damage here on the side of now, but again, like I am still preferring SKD here just because you have, the Malzahar lockdown, you have some way to start the fight in your favor. You do the Sion ult instead of now, but I do want to see a little bit more engage here for the support.
Yeah.
Maybe something like
I
a
was gonna say
Leona.
same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially with like Graves jungle, you really need a go button here. You have a lot of damage. You have Echo, Graves, Vel'Koz, Scions, great front to back. Like they just need some beef in that support.
Yeah, I do realize now
Um,
that the Leona is banned here. So that they read my mind and are
You know,
gonna pick a Janna instead.
I
Interesting.
actually don't mind the hard disengage because, the SKS is playing a very heavy first target comp, with the Malzahar, with the Urgot, the Viego. But if you have a Scion, you could just the go button is the Scion ult, the ult flash maybe, and the lockdown onto one of their carries. People really underestimate Scion's ability to engage.
Mm.
People don't really expect like just a flash in front of your face and press R into a Q stun. But there's really good follow up from the Echo, especially because he could ult out if he survives against the Malzahar.
Yeah, and
Um, you know,
Bard coming through here
Stain.
as the last and final support pick. But I also like the Janna because you have a Vel'Koz. You are going to outrange almost everyone on that team. So giving Vel'Koz room to poke, it's going to do a lot, especially as these, if you are set up there first around objectives.
hmm But then again, it all comes down to whether SKS has enough damage on these first targets that they pick off. I don't doubt that they will have damage. They have Viego, they have Urgot, Tristana, Malzahar, but it's a matter of if Graves gets caught with the Malzahar, if Echo gets caught with the Malzahar ult, you have to play very carefully behind the Scion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes now, so let's talk a little bit about the draft. So we did talk about the top lane matchup. Tater Top mentioned that it's not exactly a counter, but if Sion plays it well, he can space everything very, very well. What do we think about the mid lane matchup? Is it a hard counter? Does Malzahar outscale? What are our thoughts on that?
Uh, I don't know if Malzahar outscales. I think Tater Tot probably has a little bit more match knowledge, but I'm just thinking that it's just the ultimate, just the utility that Malzahar provides and the wave clear. I think that this team, if they can maintain their lead and get Viego ahead, then SKD is feeling really good. Like, yes, you have the Echo to try and get in and eliminate something, but Echo dashes in, you Malzahar ult, and Urgot ult them. What are they going to do, right?
Yeah. Can Malzahar ult, can Echo ult out of Malzahar ult? Does anyone
No,
know?
not if he's suppressed.
You can
So that's
buffer it because there's a slight timing. There's like a very small timing that you could actually buffer it, but it's very hard to pull off, and it will probably not happen.
It's like, yeah, if
Yeah.
it does happen, then this mid laner is the best one in the world because like then you not only
I
have to
mean,
predict it, you have to buffer it.
he's currently GM 700 LP. So if there's anyone in these 10
This is
players
true.
who plays Echo who will buffer that and get that, like he did pick Echo with the Malzahar. Maybe he's confident. Maybe this is a turbo counter.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
I can see the matchup being more Echo favored in the early game, but past six, like it could be very volatile levels, or across the whole game actually. But
Mhm.
if Malzahar falls behind, this Echo will run this Malzahar down. But
Yeah.
if the Malzahar does a good job, keeping his health high, playing around his passive shield, this Echo wouldn't have a lot of chances to go in on this Malzahar.
Hmm.
The E dot damage, the silence, while the Echo runs back.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to be this level 1 is what I'm going to be looking at because Echo, Halo Blades, E start level 1. You want to guarantee yourself that prio, but with Malzahar Shield, if you're able to, withstand that little trading in the first and then use your range advantage to bully Echo out through levels 2 and 3, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
I will say the B5 Bard, great pick here. We got two immobiles and then one semi-immobile with Vel'Koz and Janna, and then of course Graves has his dash. But like Barden's late game team fights, like just using his R, stop watching Vel'Koz and Janna, and then like letting Urgot, Viego, Tristana get on top of them,
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's
could spell
just
victory for red side.
you're delaying the damage that Viego can get that first reset, and I think that's where your game plan lies. Is, with the Malzahar ult, the Urgot ult, if you just get this Viego the one kill, then that's when he starts to pop off. So
Mhm.
being able to stun out 2 or 3 members of the opposing team just so Viego can get that uncontested first kill, that kind of will make the difference. So I
Mhm.
do agree it's a good combo.
Yeah.
I also
Okay.
agree, but I
And
think as a support, a support, as kind of a secondary support player, I do think a Nico
mhm.
would have been very good here against the Cyan engage. Would have been very effective with the
Mm,
fight and also with the Pop
the
Blossom
clone. Yeah.
being able to catch the immobiles too with her Flash Proto. And the amount of peel she provides, I think that would have also been a crazy pick. Um,
Yeah.
but I do see the Bard Valley coming against their immobiles.
Yep. Yeah, I think it,
Okay.
it maybe Bard is better for lane with the damage, especially if he goes, ignite electrocute. Maybe he can provide the kill, especially if Tristana wants to jump in. But I think Nico could have been a good option here for this team as well.
Mhm. Just to wrap up our conversations, let's do what we did last time. But if you're in chat right now, spam 1 if you think Now won this draft, and spam 2 if you think SKD won this chat. So I want to see what you guys think. And while we're getting those in, Plan, do you have any input? Who do you think has a better draft? Which one's easier to play now? Which one has the easiest avenue to victory?
Oh, I mean, I love the SKD draft. I love Malzahar, put the fries in the bag. Just ult the first target, let Viego get the reset, and play the game from there. I think it's a much easier draft to execute. I think as long as you are going even in lane and not, throwing any leads early, then you will do just fine in the mid game. So my
Mhm.
vote is for SKD there.
And Tater Tot.
Um, I think Now has a very good scaling into the late game. I think SKS also has good scaling too, but I think Now just beats it with the Echo and the Scion. But I do agree that SKS does have a very straightforward, very easy to play, and very effective comp. But if Now is able to play around their Vel'Koz range, their Janna disengage, their Scion engage, and their Graves and Echo and Scion scaling, I think they could easily be able to win this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the
So.
hope there, right? Like that's kind of how you want to play things. Um,
Mhm.
just to scale up. I wish like the Graves. If you can get ahead and look at the Graves and to take over the game, if the Scion can become this giant sack of meat in the front line to block all this damage coming through, I think that's how they want to play it. So playing on the range from
Yeah.
their Vel'Koz and then just poking them down before going in.
And then for me, since it looks like the draft is 1-1, I
Same as
think
last time.
I'm just gonna point out in a previous scrim that Ness had his Vel'Koz and he beat because in lane on Mel. And now Ness has Vel'Koz again, and now he's going into because on Tristana in bot lane. So, just because, historical results speak a little bit, I think I'm going to have to give the edge to now. Just because Vel'Koz is Ness's best champ. We know that the GM mid laner, he's great on Echo. Jano's a great pick in their comp. Sion's great here too. Like, he just played the tank into tank matchup and he came out positive. I don't know. I think like it's definitely easier to have to play on the side of red side here, but I don't know. Ness on Vel'Koz, bro, that scares me. I'm like traumatized from in-house. I'm gonna have to give it to now here.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, hey, I haven't harped on enough about it in this cast. Comfort is king, as we say in the LEPL. Vel'Koz here, the #1 play champion for Ness in the bot lane and mid lane, so a lot of comfort and experience on this Vel'Koz. Hopefully, they're going to show it off in this bot lane matchup as we are getting into game right about now. We're just loading up past
I
the
also do
spectator
want to
delay.
mention,
Go ahead.
to be fair, I think the nameplates do make a difference because you're going against like a Grandmaster ADC on his main role. And what Ness was playing against before was an off-role mid laner that was an Emerald. And I think that makes a huge difference. I don't think we'll see a Tristana just randomly jumping in, taking a chunk of damage and having to waddle
This is
off.
true.
Yeah.
And because did get counter pick, he is GM. He does have 1,000 million elo on Ness. I'm actually we should have camera focused bot here. I'm so interested. We got Ness and Forestrik into Cuz and Satterbred with double counter pick in the bot lane.
Yes, we get some early vision here. Oh, yeah, big jump in. That's what I'm looking to see. As soon as you use, especially for level 1.
Work here. The heal for the move speed.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, look at the spacing here by the support.
Real quick. Can I say that SKD is gonna he has a lead here, guys.
Oh, for the prediction in Twitch chat.
We see here Echo took Q. Oh, there's a lot of fighting bot lane.
Yeah, there you
Jan
go.
is actually a flash engage for Tristana.
Oh, I mean, flash and ignite here from Janna. I don't know if I love the flash from Tristana. Yes, you burn the flash of the enemy support, but like it's not the you're down flash. Yes, you have jump, but this Vel'Koz is pretty much untouched. So I think it a little greedy perhaps, take the small wins, but oh, big stun there from Satter, preventing the recall. As yet, good damage here in the lane.
The hail of blades is actually coming in really big. I saw that he took Q star. It's probably to take out the shield.
Yeah.
This is the spacing that we're talking about actually in the top lane, with Sion being able to charge up his Q, canceling the E, playing around the Urgot auto range.
Yeah, I think as we get further in the series, we see a lot more people are understanding what their role in their lane matchup is going to be. Because I feel like in any big series, unless you've been playing for a long time, there's always that little bit of worry of how are we going to play? How's the matchup going to go? But I feel like now players are settled into the rhythm. It's the third game, 1-1. So now we can actually see a lot of skill expression, especially with these level 1s coming in from the mid and the bot lane. This Bard, big roam in the mid lane.
Bard is not going to do much. I think the Echo had to base there anyway with the TP.
Yeah.
Still
looks cool.
Up, so it's a good timer.
TP forced out of the mid laner. As they're looking for something here. There is the level 3 advantage for this Vel'Koz. Viego is in the bot side. Just some disengage here from the Janna. Looks like it's going to be the bot crab going towards the side of Viego as Graves pathing top and getting the top crab.
I've seen Brezzy path top. Brezzy has been pathing top every single game, actually. I'm not exactly sure why, but...
Yeah, maybe that's just their strategy is... in the previous games, I could understand, especially the Ashe in the bot lane, pathing away makes sense. But in this game, you have the most experienced champion of Vel'Koz onto Ness, so I would imagine you'd want to path towards it. Maybe there's not as much setup there, but, still, you want to play towards your win condition.
I mean, I guess it's the question is always where is gold more valuable? So, is gold more valuable here on a Vel'Koz, which will always probably get one shot in large number of these fights with Tristana, Viego, Urgot who can just jump on her? Or is gold more valuable on a super tanky Scion that takes a while to kill, which kind of goes against, what Viego's team comp really wants to do in the first place? I don't know.
Yeah,
These questions that they're probably going through their heads as they decide where to path. Also, I also think that, once again, there's a lot more setup on top side here. Scion Q, right? Scion slow. So it's easier for Graves to do damage compared to bot lane, which is just an enchanter, honestly, with Janna.
makes sense. Yeah, Exhaust comes out here in the top lane. Ignite in return.
The Urgot has no mana to fight.
Yeah, it's hard. With Echo roaming up from that mid lane, they're going to have to call it off. But yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize the Scion took Exhaust in this top lane. I guess to try and survive the laning phase against this Urgot, but it's an interesting one. As going for the solo bolo here in the top lane. Flash, yeah, Urgot has flash, but
What
Scion,
a flash from Scion, actually.
yeah,
To dodge the,
Does he out?
the leg.
yeah.
How much HP? How much HP?
They survived in under 100 HP. So I think it was literally a 1 auto attack difference in the end there.
That was a crazy flash.
Yeah, that was really well played from both sides. The Urgot recognizing you need to flash in order to get your W proc to kill, and Urgot recognizing, yes, he's going to flash, so I need to flash in response. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like off of that, yes, you get the kill in top line for blue side, but red side is here on the dragon. Is going to be able to pick that one up.
Blue side just doesn't have enough damage yet. They need a scale. They're willing to give up the first strike to get the damage they need first and the gold.
Yeah. I mean, and getting this Scion accelerated, it feels good if you have that tanky frontline, like you were saying, to stop the burst damage coming through. I'll be happy about that. Now, this bot lane, still pretty even, like within a couple CS, so no big advantage gained in the bot lane there. I think that is the, comfortability of Ness here on the bot side coming through, able to play this matchup really well. As more trading does come down to the top side, we do see Echo as well as the jungler pathing top side. Not sure if they're actually going to commit to this dive. Does have the ult, Scion does.
Oh, no R. Oh, this is looking very diveable.
Yeah, as you see both junglers pathing up towards the top side, they realize something might be happening up here.
Could be...
Good read from the Bard to actually walk up here, though.
But this Brezzy might be caught here now with the Bard. Oh, misses the stun, so able to get out. As the dash into 2, Exhaust comes down. I don't know if this is the smartest thing, but because now it doesn't have the dash, is able to ult backwards, but Janna does have a slowdown. So it's barrier gonna come through.
Here.
It's just out of range. Very
So
close. As level 6.
Is it burning both sums? The bot lane here has no sums at all, so the Graves might be looking towards this bot lane.
Yeah, but I'm looking here at the Malzahar. Maybe not enough mana to cast the ultimate, but does have level 6 unlocked. So I'll be looking whenever the jungler is in the mid lane. This ultimate should be cast. But I was like really surprised with the confidence there from the side of because you're jumping in 2v1 into someone with sums up and ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like your support is not here, my friend. I don't know if you win that. But apparently the confidence was there. Almost dies, barely manages to get away, had to burn both sums, but their confidence is showing here.
Teleport being used to come back into lane. I also do want to mention that the Vel'Koz also has teleports, so his lane isn't actually as bad.
Yeah, no,
He has a lot of mobility around the map.
Yeah, take away a lot of that pressure. As in this top side, just also trading still. Poking down this Urgot in the top side. No
You
big
can see the
leads.
steel taps from the Scion.
Yeah.
And to actually help with the spacing, moving around the legs to avoid getting hit by the sweet spots.
Yeah. And I mean, that W, when it's attacking you, I believe it does still get reduced by those steel caps. So you're taking a lot less damage there from the Urgot. But I mean, in terms of like CS and matchups, like we're within 400 gold for the side. Like no one has a clear victory in this early game as we are getting on the way to the second dragon here in a minute 45. Just looking for more trading here. I'm wondering.
Much slower game than game 1 and 2, actually.
Yeah. Level 6 here has been hit for the Bard. So Bard and Mouse, both level 6. I think if they're looking to play around their jungle, they can pretty easily get a kill with these ultimates.
But I'm excited to see how these team fights will run down, or will
Yes.
happen, because I want to see these first picks happening, and the Tristana, the Malzahar E going to the next target, the Urgot here, the Viego resets.
Yeah,
they're all going to go off.
Qs, the Bard ultimates. Like I'm excited for it as blue side now does start up the Rift Herald. I think they're going to take that pretty uncontested there.
Leveraging the lead from top.
Yeah, the Scion
Very
pulling ahead.
Well done.
And I will also say that this Echo has been really good about clearing waves and then fogging after the wave is cleared. So ducking out of vision and, having the option of, well, do I want to go top? Maybe I can have a roam here, posturing up towards this Rift Herald, posturing up toward diving the top laner. I think it's really valuable because once you get off of vision, the enemy doesn't know where you are, so it's hard for them to try and make a play on a side of the map because you could be hovering and turn the play.
Like, I think he's quickly realized that blue is not giving him the angles he needs for a solo kill in lane. He's playing
As the ult does come out. Into the stun, into the ultimate. Like, I think, yes, you are... You're ulting, but this should just be a kill here.
Oh, the Bard takes the kill, but... Bit of an overextend from Winsler.
Yeah, I mean... That's what I said like a minute ago is, if the Bard and Malzahar same screen with the jungler, then you are dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. As this second dragon going to go over to the side of SKD. They're not feeling too unhappy about that.
The Black Cleaver is actually completed for the Urgots. The Sion's going to have a much harder time finding good trades.
Yep. Rush this first item here. I think it works well, especially with the Viego and Tristana damage that's going to be coming through in those later parts of the game.
Yep.
And gives a lot of health here in the laning phase. Ooh, nice buffer. Gets the flip off before the Q can come down. Second Q does hit, though. And you can see the effect of this Black Cleaver armor shred here. These trades look a lot more even now, even though the tabbies are picked up by the Scion.
Another reason why I think this Scion matchup is actually... I think spacing is so much important is... Or a bit favored to the Scion. Although it is a skill matchup, I think, because when his Q gets cancelled, it doesn't actually go on full cooldown, it goes on like half cooldown. So you can cast it much sooner, you can catch the enemy off guard.
The
flip. Flash E
Flash
coming
flip.
in.
I don't love it because he does have exhaust, but Viego is in the area. Ult from the Scion, but I think this should just be a kill here for the Viego. But Echo roaming, like I said before.
There's two other, the mid laner and the jungler coming to help.
Oh, very close. As TP back from the Echo. Wow. Really good map play by now. I think they've leveled up their map play in this game. I think that SKD has been really good around objectives, but the map roaming and vision for the side of now has been really, really good in this game.
I kind of do understand why the Greys started pathing top, because I heard Brezzy talking about...
the flash Tristana ultimate.
Insect.
Damn. As Bard ult does come down to save.
The Vel'Koz does have ult. The Janna ult coming in to heal.
Yep, and flash him, the carry, as he tries to get away from this Bard. Ooh. Shield from the Janna, really well done.
Good spacing from the Vel'Koz to avoid the stun, actually.
Is this the MVP play of the series? Like, Ness and Forester bot lane? What just happened on my screen?
Yeah, I'm honoring my support after that play. That was really well done. The slow, the shield. Oh my goodness.
I'm bandwagoning. Let's go back to now. Winning that draft. Holy wow. Pitch played perfectly. I mean, I told you guys, I see Vel'Koz in my in-house, I'm scared.
Yeah, that's Yeah, so like the insect was really cool, but like it's hard to play, especially if you have like that Janna peel, because you can just heal and then go forward, and now you're behind the enemy lines. They can both turn onto you. So, man,
I mean, I still think from Because's perspective, like it's the correct play to make. I'm sure the Vel'Koz lived with like 2 HP or something. Like it's just actually so unlucky because Vel'Koz lived on 2 HP for so long that he's able to dish out so much more damage. It's so unlucky. Like he should have insta died there. That's like actually it's probably very tilting.
yeah,
Like, it's so
100%.
unlucky. Oh my gosh.
I don't
Like,
know
both
what the
sides played
item
it really well.
Sorry, I don't know what the item event situation was, but the Tristana does have Yuntal, and it does take a bit of time for the crit to actually stack up. So it might have been the game changer for the player over there.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the item advantage here for the support, right? We do have Moonstone here on the Janna, and then Bard still does not have an item, but does have boots completed.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a little bit of
And
an
I do
item
wanna-
advantage, but yeah.
I do want to point out that I can see why Brezzy opts to path towards top because he was talking about how Graves is a very selfish jungler. He's a hyper carry later on. If he gets that gold onto him, oh, we see the flash.
Yeah, the flash and the
Flash is
ultimate coming
strong.
down. Yep. Yeah, Viego gets reset here, and it's just going to be dashing forward into a double kill. Perfectly played. Malzahar halts.
But this is the bread and butter of their comp. You know, the Malzahar ult into the Viego follow up. That's the way they should play it. That's why these team fights, the side of now, they have to play it so well in order to actually find value out of their champions.
Yeah. And I think playing on these side lanes or like I think playing through lanes with this Vel'Koz, poking out your opponents is the way they want to play. But they just haven't rotated their laners up to whichever the fights are happening right now. Like the only fight that the Vel'Koz has been in was a bot lane fight when Tristan jumped in. So I think that because you haven't been able to poke down these champs before the fight breaks out, then Malzahar and Viego are able to just walk in and just point and click ult you.
Mm-hmm. We can see both teams are trying to fight for Drake over here, but it does seem like now is going to get the initial setup.
Yep, and with this
Vision
Vel'Koz
across.
that they can poke out, as I don't think they're going to be in
think we
time to
should-
contest.
Yeah, it does seem very difficult to contest this, especially with the Scion there. Threatening and engage.
Yep. But I mean, SKD can give away one dragon, right? Like they do have 2 drakes up from those early drakes, so they can give away one. They're not super worried.
Mm-hmm.
I think looking towards these side lane towers, and my eye is always on the Viego here, because whichever side Viego's on is the side that SKD wants to play towards. So I'm just seeing, how they are using their rotates and how they're working with jungle pathing. As Bard might be caught here. Has to all the way lives on 1 HP here in that mid lane.
Vel'Koz is actually doing a lot more damage than I expected. I thought this champion needed at least like 2-3 items to actually do a lot, but it seems like it's doing damage already with just 1 item.
Yeah, it's playing it really well here. I think that, passive is coming in clutch, because if you can hit all your abilities and then ult, I believe a portion of that is converted to 2 damage, so able to wear through anyone there, especially if you are only a bard with no health items yet.
We can also see the side laning here. The Sion's matching into the Malzahar, so his scaling is actually going to be very accelerated, getting his stacks from these little...
Oh, that's
things.
right. Yeah, he is able, especially if you hit your W first and then just walk in the middle of them, it pops and then they all die. Four to 3
It does
here is
seem
the
like
score.
now-
Oh, go ahead.
Now does have a lot of control over the map. The support is allowed to roam very freely for wards.
Yeah, I'm looking at this vision coverage. Like, they are just slowly inching into red side's jungle here. So I think taking
Just
away
haven't been able to find that one tower to break open the game yet though.
Yep.
They found the top tower, but that doesn't do much. They're sieging for the mid. Trying to fight
mean-
for the top quadrant of the red side. Sorry.
Yep. Oh, Bard ult just barely misses there, so isn't able to go in as the Viego. Malzahar is in the area. TP comes in from the Scion. His Echo matches TP up to the top lane to stop the push of the Urgot. I think, and one of the things about the vision they put down here, as the team fight might look to start out here, Malzahar does still have ult up. Looks like nothing's going to come of it, though.
Rift Herald dropped down.
Rift Herald does come down. If they clear this wave, they can try and take down the enemy. Oh, they're just going to go for it. They don't care about wave. Nice, I think.
The is cancelled.
Yeah, TP here from the Urgot. I think, yeah, just where is this Malzahar ult going to go?
This is, the engagement is Scion finding 3 people.
Yeah, that was...
And the ult from the Janna. Wow.
Damn. That was a crazy fight. So the ultimate from the Malzahar was cancelled there by the Scion ultimate running in. As Cetera Chase, I think, is just going to go down here from the Echo Chase down. But we also saw the Urgot was pulling in the Scion and executing. But as the Scion was pulled in, the W went off and killed the Urgot, so both of them died there in that fight.
Yeah, I did see that too.
That was a
I think that was
crazy bit.
very well played by the Scion to find the engagement to 3.
Yeah, 100%. And then, of course, Vel'Koz pops the ult, hits 3, and then it's doing so much damage to that backline there. So you're feeling really good here for the side of now.
The Bartle to stall.
Yeah. I don't know if Viego gets here in time, though.
For Viego.
No, but they might try and play the fight.
Now they have to run. They have to get out
Flash
of there.
comes out here from the jungle. Ult is almost up here for the Malzahar, as they're chasing real deep here. I think, yeah, a little bit of an over chase, just get out, push waves, and then go for the next
That's
play.
very big from the side now, actually, for all 5 of them to live.
100%.
Good attempt from the Bard to ult and stall, though. But now
Yeah.
we will be seeing a Drake fight.
Yeah, Drake comes up in 30 seconds here. SKD does have position here, but with the Baron buff, these waves are going to disappear quite quickly. My concern here is that with SKD, they want to have a good mid-game. With this Malzahar ult, with his Viego getting kills. But if, Urgot from the bush goes in, looking to eliminate this Graves here, isn't actually able to get it, just on a has to jump out. And that's just going to be a kill going over to, or onto the Urgot. As, yeah, I mean, this Malzahar
this
has...
Scion just doesn't take damage.
Yeah, Malzahar has ult, but if Scion's walking up, you don't want to Malzahar ult the Scion, because he's not going to take any damage from it. So you're kind of forced to back away. Really well played here from the side now.
Ult was very good there for the healing. No one only the Malzahar has Grievous Wounds, which I guess makes sense, but...
It is
I
hard,
feel like I
yeah.
would need more against the Unending Despair, the Janna ult, the Echo heal from his ult.
Yeah, it's hard because there's not a great applier of this Grievous Wounds on the side, because a lot of these champs are single target damage champs, right? You're looking to burst the first target. So if you aren't able to get this flank and get the Malzahar ulti, as it looks like, trying to go in the top lane, this Viego is wanting to pick another kill in the back end of this play. Ooh, Urgot ulti from downtown.
I do want to point out, I think Comico's playing these team fights very well, you know, positioning in front of his own teammates to try to apply pressure, you know, trying to avoid their getting poked out too much by the Malzahar.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
playing these very well.
I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. He needs to be that front line so that Malzahar can't just ult the first target. Because if it's the Scion, you don't want to ult the Scion. It doesn't take a bunch of damage. So, very, very good. Looking here at this bot lane, 1, 0, and 6 for this Vel'Koz here. At 2 items, 2 because is 1.5. I mean, Comfort is king, playing it really, really well. How do you think this next team fight should play? There's no objective up for another 3 minutes, but what are the important things we should be looking for when these two teams duke it out again?
I think we should just really keep an eye on the Scion, because this Scion will decide the entire team fight, the way he positions, the way he moves around, and his ultimate especially, to be the only engage tool that now actually have.
It might be, yep, isn't able to ult in time to get out of that Viego's just going to go down.
Good
I mean, like you were saying, great ult from that Scion to catch out the mispositioned jungler, and the team just comes to follow up.
I also do want to point out that echo damage was really big, so he is getting very strong now, and he's becoming a threat.
Yeah.
With 2 items, Dusk and Dawn especially.
I mean, with this Echo, has the Dusk and Dawn, yeah, can just Q and auto, and that's instant proc from your passive. As they're pushing 2 lanes here, Urgot trying to take the tier 1 top side for SKD, but their tier 2s are being pressured. Mid tier 2 has gone down already. Bot tier 2 looks like it's going to go down in just a second.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
In return for that tier 1 top, I don't know if that's a worth play. But, I mean, trying to get any gold you can on some of your carries here.
Seems like SKS has just lost a lot of control. You know, it's just become like a snowballing effect.
Yeah, SKD is they're not feeling too happy because you want to play around this Viego, you also want to play around this just trying to jump in, but it's just with the tankiness of the Scion, it's really hard to do that. So they need to find some creative angles to get onto maybe a side laner or onto a Janna going for wards, maybe the jungler, just anything where the Scion isn't the first target you see. Lane setting up pretty
Laugh coming
standard.
out.
What's up?
Emoting. He's emoting. I might be looking for some kind of play onto the Bard who's trying to get vision. Seems
Yeah.
like-
I think so. They're all 4 topside trying to play for something as Scion is ulting away from that Malzahar. Potential ulti there. As looking for this Graves here. Is very low.
Oh.
Nice flash.
A teleport from the Malzahar coming in. This is a very good pick, especially when Baron's about to come up.
Yep. As Janna flash ulti to cancel that Malzahar ult. But in the backside, that's a reset onto the Viego with the dashes and jumps from this Tristana. It looks like Insect Janna into the team.
This is the first pick comp actually coming into play. You know, the Tristana just getting like so many resets and able to jump around their entire team. The Viego being able to ult around.
Yeah, I mean this is
And
the
Malzahar,
strength of the comp. Like you're just forcing flashes, you're trying to get a pick in the side lane and then everyone collapse. And once you get that first kill, it's GG. So really well played to try and get that first kill on. You're playing away from where the Scion is, and so you're able to get the Graves and then, you know, snowball that as they go for the Baron here. No jungle, so I think it's going to be very hard for, you know, now to contest this. Ooh, nice stun there
I
from
don't
the
think they
Bard.
have enough. We see an engage coming out from the side actually. They're
Oh,
doing a lot
hold
of
on.
work.
This Echo doing
Hold
so much
on a
damage.
second. They get away with all 5?
Are they gonna? They're gonna kill all 5 here, I think. And yeah, that's a. Oh, they.
Wait. The blue side, the red side, they just don't have enough damage for the Baron. They have a Tristana, but she just wasn't doing enough damage. The Viego.
Yeah, I mean, I think it went down okay, but I think this Scion ulti into the Echo W, and Echo is doing so much damage right now. 2.5 items with almost a fully stacked Darksteel. Like he's just is jumping in, and then with this Dusk and Dawn, he's able to proc his passive onto so many different champions that it's kind of crazy. As they're looking to end here actually.
Bard is up on 1, he could ult the tower.
Yeah, 10 seconds on most of these players, but it
Ooh.
doesn't ult the tower in time. As I think this might just be game if they're able to auto it down in time. As that's going to be
crazy.
game. Yeah, game
What
3
a
going to the
crazy
side
engage
now.
from Comical.
Wow, this this top lane gap. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but like Comical's been playing so well in these past games. You know, on the Scion, on the Ornn in the first game played decently. On the I'm
It's
forgetting
kind of looking like Baus without the deaths on the side, actually. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I think like also one thing to notice is Seal has been blind picking top lane for the last 2 games, and Comical is just doing very well with the counter pick as expected, right? So
He's punishing these
But
drafts
that's-
so well. Comical. You
Yeah,
know, these
no.
380 drafts. Heavy.
Wow. Okay, thoughts on the game? We're sitting at 2-1 now.
Yeah,
2-1.
that's. I mean, from SKD won the first game, but now has won 2 games in a quick fashion. They've actually been, you know, kind of dominant in these past 2 games. So now match point. Let's see if SKD can turn it around and bring us to a silver scrapes here, 5 games. But I don't know, now seems kind of, they have the momentum. I feel like the top lane matchup has been going really well. They're able to play well around their carries, so it's hard to see how this fourth game will go. I hope it'll burn. I hope it'll turn into a series, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
Also, do want to say Fereshuk has been doing so well on this support, trying to shutting down Satterbred on this part, and even last game, he's been able to pull out some crazy plays in order to actually get some of these fights in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting to see because you wouldn't expect the Janna to like be as aggressive as he is being currently, because you're going in quite deep, you're following this Tristana, you are slowing her, providing shields to your support, you are flash ulting to cancel the Malzahar ult. Like, I think this is the way you need to play a lot of these supports, is just, if your carries are being targeted, you just need to flash and do something. Because sometimes I see supports where if one person gets targeted and they're out of position, they're like, well, they will die now. It's unfortunate, we'll go to the next fight. But both of these supports now have just been, oh, something's happening, I'm instant flashing, I'm instant casting something, I want to get in on the action and try and, support my team, which is what you need to do.
One thing I want to point out, guys, is that we are actually taking a 10-minute break after game 3, just so the team's mental is like restored, everything's going well, things like that, and they've taken about 5 minutes of that. So we will be doing the next draft in about 5 minutes planned. That's when you can do your ready checks and everything.
All good, perfect. Well, for those of you in Twitch chat, get ready for an exciting game number 4, and we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. My life destroyed. I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
All right, welcome back everyone to game number 4 for SKD versus now. I know it says SKS if you're just coming in. That is a typo. It is SKD for Seals Kids versus now, which is Nesmical 0% win rate.
Oh, I thought it was SKS this entire time.
SKD,
So I guess
SKD.
Okay.
All good, all good. As yet, we see Rengar ult still coming out along with the Nefiri, Fiddlesticks ult away from Brezzy there. We do have on the cast Seal, who has played in the last 3 games, coming in for the side of SKD. He has been subbed out and hopped onto the cast. Seal, what are we looking for in this draft? Any power picks you want to give away?
Yeah, I'm one of the bench warmers. Anyways, power picks. Let me think.
Is anything that you think
You know,
is going to be high prio here?
I think an Aatrox pick we might see from N0W. I really do. I think that's going to be something that we see just because champ pools are starting to go down. I think Aatrox and Renekton are good, fairly good blindable picks. So I think that's what we're going to see topside. Man, those champs don't have very good answers with what's left, I'd say, unless you're going like set or maybe, if you pick Aatrox, then you pick Renekton, right? It's skill matchups that we're going to see in the top lane. As for the bot lane, the mid lane, I'm not really sure. It feels like we just kind of like start drafting together just what we're feeling and what is like in the moment kind of thing.
Yeah, makes sense. Silas is going to be the first pick for now. That's interesting. Usually you see Silas as a counter pick just because you could take away some alts, so just throwing it out early is a little worrying. Belveth on the other side to see what they
I really
with
like
that.
the Silas pick because it's actually really hard to find good Silas counters, and I think it like also restrains like SKS draft a lot, with their
Yeah.
picks because they won't be able to.
Like you just
Yeah.
gave him Pantheon ult. There you go.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Yep.
now you don't have to ban Alistar on the side of now, right? Like, you can say, hey, pick Alistar. Go for it. And then, pick these strong ultimates. Pick Galio, even.
I've also seen Comical play Silas top, so I'm wondering if that's the case here. They're flexing it mid and top.
Ooh, might be
Maybe.
as
That also
Mel.
might be a Mel APC.
That could be APC, yeah.
A lot of flexibility here for the side of now.
I do think we're going to see more volatility in the bot lane. Not the bot lane, the top lane. I really think the 2 bot laners are going to play for scale. Play safe and farm, but I really think top lane's going to be volatile these next few games.
Absolutely. I think the bot lane we have seen, they are trying to play towards their power spikes and then play with their team. And that's how they've been getting ahead.
I was really looking forward to Satterbread's picks. His counter pick supports are very strong, and with as we saw the Rakan, but I feel like last game and the game before, I feel like his Nami and Bard have not really found a lot. They were good picks, but it's just hasn't been working out. Just a bit unlucky.
Yep, as Pantheon Kaisa could be a decent bot lane here. A lot of mobility there with the Bel'Veth jungle. Sylas, Mel, Jax. I assume this Jax is going to go to the top lane. I don't think we're going to see a Jax jungle this game, unfortunately, which means Sylas, probably a flex between mid and the jungle there.
I also do think this Jax pick is very good because against a Kaisa, Pantheon, and Bel'Veth, it's basically 3 auto attacking champions.
Yeah,
With Pantheon with his W, Kaisa with her autos, and Bel'Veth with her, all of her on hits.
yep. I think we do need to see some AP here for the side of SKS, and that is looking maybe a mid lane or a top lane pick here. The set ban does come out, maybe pointing toward the Aatrox you did mention, Seal, as in response, the Talia ban is being hovered. It's good into, the Sylas Jax for those dashes.
Yeah,
We will be seeing a lot of AP bans towards the side of now. They're trying to
they
restrict their
definitely
pool.
need to. Yeah, we got to get rid of some control mages here because Jax and Silas can have a hard time here against some control mages.
Yep. I don't know if Blue plays Oriana, but I would be interested in seeing an Oriana game here, especially the Pantheon Kaisa Bel'Veth.
Oh, they must think that this is like Aatrox or Jax jungle if they're banning the Aatrox.
Yeah, I don't. I would. I honestly might prefer to see some different bans here, maybe on the side of the support, because you already have locked in that Pantheon. But
You
have
know
to
what?
see.
This is definitely Jack's jungle because just playing with Comical a little bit, he isn't really like he knows how to play against Jax, but he doesn't really play Jax. So 100% this is gonna be Jack's jungle. So
Interesting. Leon
I
ban
can't wait
comes
to see
out.
what else they got.
Yeah, I can see the Jax jungle. I don't love Jax jungle though. I feel like it has been nerfed in the past, and it's below other junglers you could have picked here. Maybe you picked it just like you said, Tater Tot for the auto attack champions, but not too sure. I'll have to see what the draft shakes out to be.
I think for SKD, they're a champion like Anivia or like Galio would be very good. Galio for the double global with engage.
Yes,
And
as
Anivia for the area control. It really depends on how they want to play the game.
Okay, this could be Pant top
that is
or
Pant top
Pant mid.
100%. I think it's Pant top 100% unless Chris, who has been swapped in here, plays a lot of AP tops.
Yeah, this needs to be honestly. I feel like it needs to be Pant top, and it needs to be we need a mage mid lane, or we're gonna be lacking magic damage. I mean, Kaitsu does a good mixture of both, but I still just feel like having somebody who can kind of control a fight.
Yeah, I
Like I said, a
mean,
control mage is I feel like needed here in the mid lane. If we don't get one, these fights could get out of hand.
100%. I mean, this
Seraphim.
Jax here is just going to build Frozen Heart, and then you're going to be really sad. But a lot of magic damage coming out from the side of now, with Silas, Mel, and Seraphine now.
They're really lacking in engage, I think. The Seraphine ult won't be enough.
As long
100%.
as they have good control over the jungle, as long as they have a good positioning for their objectives, they won't need engage. They have decent siege with Seraphine and Mel, and Silas and Jax can both dive pretty well and just could follow up. So I think as long as they have Prio, they'll be a good. There's the Renekton pick. So there's our top laner. Silas, Silas mid, Mel APC, Seraphine support, and Jax jungle.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, Mel, Seraphine, bot lane. It's going to be an interesting one. As Gragas in the mid lane. Now, I like that. I think that provides a whole
Is
bunch
it?
more magic damage.
It might be Gragas top, and it might
It
be
might be.
Pantheon mid.
That could also work
Just
as well.
because Gragas is seen as a Renekton counter, and a lot of it's just simply playing around your minions and not getting poked out by barrel. Because Gragas's trade pattern is a little bit better than Renekton's. If Renekton doesn't have W up or already ready and clicking on Gragas, he cannot stop that trade, and Gragas gets out for free with Phase Rush. So it can be it's especially early it's a difficult matchup, but as the game progresses, Renekton should just take over.
And this Pantheon into Silas is actually really smart, I think, because the Pantheon has a lot of burst damage. He has the E to actually stop the damage coming in, burst coming in from Silas. Um, I think that's a really good flex, actually. But it does give Silas the opportunity to press R and, take the Pantheon ult to roam. So this mid lane has to go well for the side of SKD, I think.
I think SKS has a lot of good engage. I think now just has to play to kites. Renekton has to just hop on whoever goes in first, whoever is grabbing hold. If nobody gets hooked by Thresh, I really think now actually might have the better comp in regards to team fighting. And
Yeah,
that
100% can see that.
3v3 Belveth, Thresh, Kaisa versus Seraphine, Mel, Jax. Jax might just negate a good portion of them in the fight. I think maybe a prolonged fight, maybe they can win, but Seraphine, Mel, Jax, I think have enough damage to just burst one person and get out. Kite their way out.
Yeah, and I think with this point and click CC from the Renekton, like if you CC someone and then you can Mel root them, you can Jack stun them, Seraphine root, you have a lot of follow-up ability. On the other side, you have the Thresh hook and Pantheon point and click, but I'm not sure how much you can do past that, especially if you're going into the likes of a Jax Renekton as these auto attack champions.
And I know we said that, or I said earlier that I really think it was going to be playing for top this next game. I think it's going to be bot. I think everyone's going to be pathing bot. I think everyone's going to try and get their bot lane ahead because Gragas is a nullifier for Renekton. So either that or mid lane is going to try to do something here. But I think everything's going to be bot side, all the fights.
Absolutely. As we are waiting here for spectator delay on the game, we'll hop in here as soon as we can. But I mean, don't know. I think Paradox has stepped off here for a moment, so I'll continue the theme or tradition. I'll ask you first here, Seal. Out of these two comps, who do you favor for this game? Or perhaps if you might be busy here. That's all, I was like, oh, that's all right. I'll throw the question to you, Tater Tot. Out of these two comps, any thoughts? Any predictions here?
This is a hard one, but I do think. Oh, this is actually really really difficult.
Yeah, we got the Silas, Meljax, Seraphine, Renekton for the side of Now, and Belveth, Pantheon, Kaisa, Thresh, Gragas for the side of SKD.
There's just so much outplay potential for both sides. With the Kaisa, with the Belveth moving around, with the Silas, with the Renekton being able to find, which might be able to find like their backline. I think it's really hard to tell. But if I had to choose, I would probably go with the side of. Wait, give me a second.
No worries. I mean, I like
now
your
the real guy's back.
Welcome
Sorry, I was
back.
making some burritos.
All good. We're gonna be fueled and hydrated for this game 4. We're just asking Tater Top. Well, he thinks of their question to you, Seal. Out of these two teams, the drafts, who do you favor in this game 4?
I think if played right, I really do. I love my team, but I really do think now I prefer their draft when it comes to actually playing. Like I said, a lot has to be done. They have to get. SKS has to have vision control at 2 minutes for every objective. They have to be bush camping. They have to have mid and bot, if we're playing drag, already pushed. And they have to just have that control around 30 seconds, ready to go. Waves already shoved in, and catch them in the jungle. If they catch them whenever they're already on drag, Seraphine ult, Silas being able to steal, Gragas ult here, Jax being able to nullify a dive between Pantheon, Belveth, Kaisa, it's going to be difficult, and Renekton is just going to clean up anybody who comes in. Renekton saves W for Kaisa. Renekton could save W for Belveth, for Pantheon, anyone who comes in is going to have a hard time really just if they don't get deleted immediately, which they should. If they don't get deleted immediately, I think Belveth and Pantheon can continue and maybe stomp and kill Mel or Seraphine, but they have a pretty good brawly comp with Silas, Jax, Renekton. I really don't see SKS has to play really well here. They already have to have everything prepped. I think it's going to be a really hard fight for them if they're not snowballing. Yes. I
Makes
don't know.
sense. No, that's all
Looks
good.
rough.
So you're on the side of now for their draft here.
For the draft, yeah. I
Well,
mean, if you're looking at it like face value, right? Like Gragas, Renekton should be in farming lane, nullified. Renekton wants to, keep farming and getting solo kills, getting plates, so it could be very difficult. And if you're looking at like Kaisa, looking with Thresh, Kaisa's a champ who wants to scale. But so is Mel and so is Seraphine. So a lot of volatility is going to come from, jungle and mid lane here. Oh,
absolutely.
and I called it Pantheon mid, baby.
Pantheon
You
mid,
already
interesting
know.
to see here. I'll throw it back if you had a quick input there and Tater Tot, which one you prefer as we just get into game number 4 of now versus SKD.
I think this Kai'Sa has so much potential this game, especially with 3 low-range champions. I gave it some thought, but I think the side of SKS actually has so much appeal with the Velvet W, the Pantheon point and click into the Thresh follow-up, the Gragas Bomba in the E.
Yep.
Like, to split up the fight, I think that's going to be the biggest part. Splitting up all the bruisers. They want to stick together. They want to go on the same target. But if they get them off this Kai'Sa will do so much damage.
Yeah, 100%.
I also want to talk about the damage spread of Blue side over here. They don't have a lot of AD damage. This sorry.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, the invade.
And I was gonna put out. We do see the Belveth gonna take away the bot side camps here for the Jax, and
Seems like Prezi already knows he's gonna go ahead and go top side. Silas
map
needs
here.
to get some prio here to keep Pantheon from roaming. If for some reason
Jonathan-
Silas gets pushed in, it's gonna have a hard time to actually clear top side.
100%.
Yep. Jonathan Port 6-7 over here with trying to look for a split map to give his bot lane the lead, which I think is the right play actually. You want to get this Kai'Sa fed, you want to get this Kai'Sa kills in order to actually deal with the close range brawlers.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I mean, Renekton on the top side is no joke when it comes to the early levels. And if you had the point and click CC followed up with a Jax stun, you can deal it a lot of damage in that time. Have to see. Hopefully Gragas can survive if they are looking for any action on the top side here, as bot lane pushed in, as I don't think anything's going to come of it just yet.
I 100% think Gragas survives any dive. He's just a really hard champion to dive with, his slow from his barrel, his knockup, and the durability he gains whenever he, I believe, drinks his W.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drunken Rage.
Yeah, I think that if it's played perfectly, a dive can go well, but again, it's hard to play perfectly, especially in a high tense situation.
And it doesn't look like they're going to go for it. We're just going to get 2 resets. Jackson, Renekton. Come back and grab an item. It's going to put top lane at a slight disadvantage, component advantage, but hey, that's just the lane. He's going to crash, he's going to build up a wave, and he's going to reset himself.
It is important to note here that while Jax did take away all the top side camps, he didn't actually clear his own camps. So Belveth is going to have a slight camp lead here going into these Scuttle Crabs, as Hook comes through for the Thresh, follows it through, and flays backwards. Lots of damage going down onto that Seraphine. Has to flash away from the Kai'Sa. W does connect on the end of it, but lots of damage, no kill just of yet.
Watching the flash from the Seraphine is big because you can't really hook the Mel because of her shield.
Yeah.
Having the flash out actually gives a lot of.
Good trade in the mid lane.
Oh, it goes in, but has to
Ooh,
flash
good.
away immediately. I don't know if he really wanted to take that E. Nice roam there, or nice.
Oh, we got going on in the top lane.
Thank you.
Little trade action.
Yep, there you go. There's the reflect from the
Yep.
Thresh. Takes a lot of damage
The
in
Mel
return.
is able to reflect it. It's just not winning.
No, it's really hard to threat Mel. Mel will just hold it, because what else are you going to reflect in this lane, right? Like, maybe the Kai'Sa W if it's an all-in, but I think keeping it up for that Thresh hook is what you want to do. No mana in the
Here we
spot
have
lane though
Bel'Veth
now.
potentially looking for the tower dive in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's no mana on this Mel, so they're looking for something here.
Oh, if Seraphine doesn't get hooked there, maybe they can have an outplay, but
Nice.
it's a good shot.
Oh my god, really
Good
well
try.
handled.
That's very clean. The kill goes over to Kai'Sa, which is very big. Like I said, I think this Kai'Sa has a lot of potential to run this game.
100%.
And it looks like Comical's just going to keep a freeze in the top lane. This really shouldn't happen in this wave, I mean, in this matchup. And with how big the wave was, Gragas should have just been able to crash under turret. So I don't really know what happened there, why it wasn't done, but I mean, that's okay. Gragas is going to come back, just slight CS disadvantage.
Yep, Gragas spots Jax out on that top side there, is getting a bit distracted.
Yeah, he really can't afford to walk and chase Jax off like that. The longer he takes, the more XP he's going to lose, the more CS he's going to lose.
Yeah, it's a
And,
crucial breakpoint here, especially with level 6 being so close, so...
There you go. Level 6.
The cross map has paid off very well for the Bel'Veth, but I'm wondering if they're going to break it to fight for the Scuttle on the top
Hex
lane.
Flash. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, just for some aura there. Just getting out. There's yet lots of damage coming down here from the Renekton at level 6 advantage. Conquer is stacked up. Oh. Ooh. Jax does complete the recall. So no dive happening on that top side. As we look towards the spot side, Bel'Veth on vision wanted to start this Drake up.
I think this is not something Bel'Veth wants to look for because the Pantheon only doesn't have a single base yet.
Yeah, as
He's
they
sitting
are
on
on
a
vision
Thorn
here. Seraphine coming over has to dash out of it, but should be pretty free to leave.
Bot lane's going to have to answer the wave. It looks like we might get a fight here between the mid and the jungle.
Looking like it.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, no level 6 here for these junglers just yet.
Yeah, I think the Bel'Veth has to be very careful of how the mid lane is going with the item difference.
Yeah, I mean, Bel'Veth has no camps up at the moment, whereas Jax has a lot, so just kind of nowhere to go at the moment. Use the reflect too early.
Oh my gosh.
Has to use flash there to get out, but I don't know if this Kai'Sa is able to get out with this
Bel'Veth is coming to match.
Ooh, good
flash jump from Jax. Good flash out from both sides. Bel'Veth coming in has the knock-up onto that Seraphine,
Jax
dealing
has
lots of
the
damage. Hook goes
Don't
onto
have
Jax,
the
but I
proc.
don't think any side is going to be able to continue the fight just because of how low those health bars are.
I'm going to say
Summoners used
that's
from both sides.
favoring now here. They're going to get the wave shoved in. They have to reset. Bel'Veth got chunked out. And that allows Jax to start getting his farm back up.
Yeah, 100%.
Very uncomfortable situation there.
I think I like the play early when the Thresh, was able to hook that Mel after she had used Reflect, but then it's just hard to play with that Jax being around and the Counter-Strike threat being available, forcing the flash. Bel'Veth taking your top side for probably the first time this game. Ultimate's up now for both of the ADCs, or APCs. So I think these junglers should be hitting level 6 soon, and trying to look for a play, I think, is going to be the goal. Dragon is still up, and the Void Grubs are spawning right now. Level 6 hit for Bel'Veth. Should be 6 after, this Scuttle Crab here. So looking for something. Mid does have Prio, but top is TPing back. Do you guys think we're going to see a fight for the Void Grubs here, or is one side going to just give it?
We're going to get a bit of a fight in the mid lane. Blue might get caught out here. Oh, no. Seraphine misses the root.
The Lantern's gonna come in here from the Thresh though. Good roam to catch that. I really do think this matchup isn't really good. I think this matchup should be going a lot better for Pantheon, but it just seems like Silas is winning in a lot of these trades.
Yeah, I don't really know. I know that Pantheon Q early is really oppressive. It has a very short cooldown. It's not very long at all. 7,
Yeah.
8 seconds.
To be
It
fair,
all
this
comes
is the
down to
matchup
getting-
here, the GM versus the Diamond player, so I'm not surprised if it's a little one-sided. Oh, takes a tower shot there in return.
When we see the bomba, it
Oh.
doesn't get into tower range though.
Close, but no cigar there. As SKD does look to take this first dragon of the game at almost 9 minutes 30. Should be uncontested. Nice. And yeah, really slow game. This one, I feel like the games have gotten progressively slower as we've gone on in the series.
Definitely a very slow game. I think that's more favorable, though, to now. If SKS takes too long, this can get really hard for them. Pantheon will fall off eventually.
Yeah, 100%.
But let's we're talking about how SKS, you know, they're getting gapped in draft. They're gonna fall off. But keep in mind, they do have their best player on the Kaisa, on the ADC that will carry this game. Like, this
Oh,
champion
Flash
can do
comes
so
in,
much.
but
We
Jax
see
is
it.
here for the counter gank.
Oh.
Pantheon does come in. That's ult going down for the Mel, just gonna kill. Flash
There's
in to
four
get onto the
involving.
Kaisa. Yeah,
Velvet's-
TP down from the mid laner. I think this is just really hard winning for now. Like, it's... I like the play from the Thresh, but just didn't realize where the jungler was, and being in the area, able to counter gank so early, just... Yeah, as soon as you get the kill onto the Thresh, then it's kind of hard winning because you have no more guaranteed CC.
I think it's really smart from Brezzy to go bot there because I just
Oh my lord, they might get
Oh,
the
they're gonna get-
Velveth here.
they're 100%
Oh
gonna get Velveth
my
here,
gosh.
right? Yeah.
And see, this is what I was talking
Oh,
about.
yes,
I was
dude.
telling us about mages that are going to control the environment. It's going to be very difficult for Pantheon, Kaisa, Thresh, and Belveth to actually be able to take these fights. Fights in the lanes are not going to go well because positions are already established. What do we got going on here? Oh, we might stop the... No, never mind.
Oh,
just
he
walks right
doesn't,
past
doesn't
him.
even see it. Oh my goodness. As yeah,
He's
comes
going to
from
get some good
behind.
damage off. Oh, and that actually might be a kill. It is.
Yeah,
He has
damn.
lethal tempo stacks, but his E should allow him to get out. Pantheon shielding away.
As
Very
yeah,
unfortunate.
just didn't check the bush, walks by, and then allows the Jax to get the stun off. And it was close enough to the wall that the Sylas could actually E2 over the wall to continue the play. So really well done.
Yeah, see, this can't be allowed to happen. SKS had to have had a lead at the very start, and they had to just snowball it from then on. But being behind 2k gold, and it's not like your top laner. No, it's your scaling mage in the bot lane, and it's your Jax. And Jax is a good like mid game, somewhat end game champion. So, but it can't be allowed to snowball like this, given that it's a scaling champ.
Yep, I will say though, with the
Looks like
mobility
Jax
of this
might get
Pantheon,
caught
point
here.
and click,
Oh,
CC,
Sylas comes in to
forces the
save.
flash, but I mean, it's still playable here. Yep, shut down going over to the Belveth. Q
Oh,
almost
Renekton's
kills,
into the
but
fight.
Renekton from behind does have the blast cone.
Good
And
try.
nice lantern out. Just use
Honestly,
the
What a good
Ignite.
pick and find from now.
finding these angles when all hope seems lost. You know.
Yeah, that was, I mean, really good recovery there. Nice shutdown onto the Belveth. One thing I will say, I don't want to harp on about SKD, but I feel like they have a tendency to play away from their bot laner here. I think because
So-
is the
you said
carry,
SKD?
but SKD, yes.
They're SKS.
It's SKD, Seals Kids. SKS is Miss Typer.
No, oh, it was a mistype. I thought it was Seals Kids with like an
No,
apostrophe S.
no, it was a D, but it was mistyped
Oh,
there
okay,
in the
okay.
draft.
Actually, I think it is SKS. I'm Seals' dad. Or wait,
Oh, you're
Seals.
Seals' dad. Wait a
We got a good trade in the top lane.
You did
This
find
actually
the
could be
team.
dangerous for comical. He does have R up and follow up with the Silas. R? Oh no, it's too late.
Oh,
What a
yeah.
good buffer. What a nice E. To
Really
actually
well
prevent-
played.
Very good on Ben there to.
But
stop
also
the
nice
game
restraint
attack.
from Comical. Doesn't pop the ultimate because, knows the damage and says, hey, he actually can't kill me if he's walking away.
Jonathan Pork 6-7 looking, but Brezzy's covering this.
Yeah, they've
Might
been
try to
really
bait
good about covering these ganks here on the bot side.
Yeah, Brezzy's been doing really well on this. You could see the Mel using her for W
Yeah,
to
using
actually
the reflect.
incentivize Thresh walking up.
They're trying to bait this hard, but at the same time, Pantheon has the
It
first
seems like there's
move.
gonna be a 4-man
There it
bot
is.
very soon.
Rezi.
Pantheon not going
Oh, we see a
down.
fight, we see a
Looking
fight
for
with
this Mel
Pantheon.
flash.
And just allows them to get out.
Can this guy get a
is,
W onto anyone here?
Very
No.
difficult. Oh, but look in the top lane. What happened there?
Amco finding a solo kill onto the Gragas?
Oh,
no,
but
no,
misses the
boys.
E over the wall. It doesn't matter. It
Oh.
doesn't kill him there. He walks
Unfortunately, as the
out.
Belveth might be caught here in between two.
Oh, great R from
Nice
the
stun.
Seraphine.
Oh, big Seraphine ultimate. Kaisa does go in
Kaisa
trying to
comes in.
kill up this Jax. So Jax does have ult up, so not taking a whole bunch of damage. Caught up by the E2 from the
Ooh.
Sylas and just taken down. TP in here from the Gragas, but I think it's too little too late.
At this point, the
And
Mel
that's
is
gonna
so
get
strong.
some CS, some farm over here, some plating in the top side for the comical.
Yeah, this Mel kind of running the game right now. Really strong, especially with that reflect into things like the Kaisa W to engage, the Thresh Hook. Even the Gragas Bomb, I believe, can be reflected.
I believe so. Yeah.
So yeah, first tower looks like it's going to go over to the side of Renekton here.
And that's huge. If Renekton can get now engaged into the map, he's just gonna be able to facilitate his nest. He's gonna be able to facilitate his
Cider
Seraphine.
Bread a little bit out of position here. As Sylas is going to Eon, followed up by the Jax stun, and the Seraphine root is just going to go down to the Jax. Yeah, caught out of position,
Yeah,
didn't have
team
enough vision in
doesn't
the
have-
jungle.
Team doesn't have enough gold. They can't be walking up like that. You know, it's just they're
Yeah.
so accelerated the bot lane. It's kind of hard to find vision.
I agree. I think really hard here now for SKD, but then again, they do have, some areas of, they do have some ways to play through this game. They have this Belveth, which will continue to scale. Looking for something in the bot lane. Kaisa is still a damage threat no matter what, just because of the ability to dive in with her ult. So we still see some trading in lanes. Looking towards the bot side. Still have junglers waiting around. Are they going to push? Are they going to
Oh,
fall?
here we go. We're gonna go for it.
Oh, nice flash play.
Oh, and he saves the hook.
Oh, well done.
Oh,
they
and
get
then
the
the
shutdown.
delaying. The,
Oh,
but
Oh, but
Thresh
it
gets a
goes to
shutdown.
Thresh.
Fresh get shut up, but I mean, it's a kill going over. Really well played there with the flash play.
Oh,
You know what? But we might
really nice if
see
it got to someone else, but it's really good play regardless.
100%.
the Warmog's Thresh.
Ooh.
Warmogs.
This is tech. This is forbidden
Sky
tech.
Thresh.
The Sundered Sky Thresh.
I mean, he could go like
Great
top lane
auto
Thresh build.
crazy.
He builds like I think Wit's End, and then like yeah,
It
Ginsu.
just deletes you with one auto.
Yeah.
You know what? I think the ultimate scaling here, though, if the game can go maybe to an hour, maybe Thresh just one-shots the enemy team
This is
With
this
the
is true.
soul.
from across map.
And the Belveth just gets 5.0 attack speed.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern is you throw that Thresh hook and then Mel reflects it and it does 2,000 damage to your face. So that's
Oh.
Oh
As-
no!
as strong as you get. That Mel will have the reflect up.
Is Mel's reflect guaranteed to hit if she reflects?
If there's nothing in front of you, then it is auto aim towards you.
Wow!
It's like a projected thing. Like depending
So-
on where you're moving, it'll
It's a
aim
hit-
it.
Oh, and
It'll
we might
predict her
see
movement.
Velvet get caught out here.
Oh, yeah, out of position from the bush. Aren't able to see that stun if you are in the bush. So Belveth caught unaware and then followed up by the rest of the CC. It's just taken down.
Good catch from
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, from now. They're playing really well. I think the main thing that I see is, nice flay back to prevent the stun. I think one thing that I'm seeing is there's not a lot of, like, jungle control, unfortunately, from the side of SKD. Just because
No, not at all.
now is walking in and, taking away space to the jungle. I feel like they have to ward really defensively now. And they
If
didn't
they
have
have
any
to
wards on
walk
top
into
side.
them with objectives, without vision, they're gonna have a hard time walking into Mel, walking into Seraphine, and then trying to dive onto the champs that are gonna deal like the initial damage. Like we all know Nell just one shots people.
Mhm.
So if we can get rid of Nell, great. But we can't with the Silas, Renekton, Jax just wombo comboing stun people left and right. It's gonna be very difficult. But
Yeah.
like I said, if they can target a quadrant in the next, like, say, when is the objective up here? Baron's up in a minute. So if they can manage to get topside vision, wait in bushes, have their top and mid shoved as best as they can, they might be able to catch somebody in one of these bushes here. And then they can play the fight from there. But trying to go at them just like the phalanx, like this is the battle of the 300 and battle of Thermopylae over here, you know, spears in hand, shields, and a bunch of guys running in a narrow passage, it's not going to work.
Yeah, you have to really play this. You have to play the fight well because again, the Seraphine ult very zoning. This Jax E, if you pops it and then leaps onto your backline, then you know it's a bunch of stuns going down, and then you cast ult, he's unkillable. I think looking for a kill in the sideline, especially using this Pantheon ult, together with perhaps a Gragas ult to try and get someone out of position, is what I want to see from the side of SKD.
I need SKS to win this. Okay, SKD, I'm so sorry. I do this every time.
No, you're all good. We've been calling
I'm
it
just going to call it Seal's Kids. Seal's Kids need to win this.
Yeah, that is from Seal on the sideline himself, so...
I'm hoping for a miracle here, because if they win it, I might be back in it. You never know.
Never know.
Yeah,
As the
Jonathan
dragon
Ford,
has
6-7.
spawned up here, it's just going to go straight over uncontested to the side of Now.
Yeah, I was saying Jonathan Pork 6-7 has his second item complete. He is still strong. It's mid to early game Belva. Or mid game Belva.
I'm looking at this Belva to try and make a play here. And this Jax might be out of position.
No,
actually-
he walks out.
Oh,
He's goated.
They're just looking for plays. I would love to see this Pantheon just ult someone on a side lane. I think that is one thing I haven't seen as much this game is those Pantheon ults. Either from him or the Silas, I think, just throwing these out, just try and get something down. As
Call
looking
me
towards the mid lane,
crazy.
Kaisa might be a bit caught out here.
oh,
As
the
the
lantern goes wide.
ult comes out, hits
Oh, but the
two.
flash in the
my
old flashy
goodness.
Seraphine.
Oh, Kaisa
Go
ults.
ahead and trade.
Mel is caught. Jonathan Pork 6-7 with a crazy find.
Yeah, really well done. And I like that like Kaisa ult shield protected against that Mel ult, so it was able to live long enough to get the return kill. As
I
both
was
of
definitely
these
worth
bot carries
for
go
the side
down.
of SKS.
With Jonathan Pork
Oh,
6-7
good.
going back in.
Man.
Might be a bit deep, but the threshold is found.
Oh, but they
Fine
might clean up
strength.
here.
It's hard here. Jax is really tanky underneath that
Very
tower.
difficult. Yep.
Yeah, and then if he gets his R, his resistances are up. And he gets so much armor, so much magical resistance.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, SKD is playing this well. You know, they're getting their picks. They're playing well around their Belveth. So I think that this is what they're looking for. Hopefully they can continue it here as we go into the mid to late
Really
game.
good for a second there. You know, call me crazy, but if you look at the gold,
He said, "Call you
I
Carson."
believe all the gold is on the Mel.
Yes.
Like despite the huge scoreline difference, like you know, mid. Well, Silas has a
Mel,
lead.
Mel,
Oh,
Silas, Jax. Well, there's a couple
Oh.
different leads across the map,
Well,
but
maybe not.
Yeah, call him crazy, please do.
it is
Oh my
a
God.
5k gold lead, unfortunately. So it's a little rough, but
But you know,
I guess
if
That-
they manage to find a 4v5 or like some kind of advantageous position, I do believe they still have a chance of coming back.
100%. Oh, I think
Oh, Jonathan Pork going to 4. I don't think
Yeah.
that's what he's looking for.
for viewers, Jonathan Pork, this is Chris or Katian for the side of Steel's Kids.
Yes.
He's also one of my children. Yeah.
This Baron setup here for the side of Now, I think if SKD can try to walk in and get some vision, create some space themselves, be really good. Looking at this mid wave, Silas is hovering. This Pantheon roaming up, looking with ult, perhaps to make something happen around the mid lane here. As looking at the top side, Rection does
They can
pop
manage
ult,
to get now.
but Jax is going to come
so
in.
tanky.
Oh,
There's so many.
nice Gragas ult to knock away the Jax stun. But it might be too little too late as Pantheon does come in, but it is a 4v3. Belveth gets taken down immediately, turning now onto the Pantheon if they can
Lord.
kill. And yeah, this Mel execute is really strong.
The wall of difference is showing.
It might just be a wallet difference with
So
these
much.
carries being super strong, I agree.
Yeah, and that should just be a free Baron there.
He found a good angle onto the Renekton, but he just didn't have the damage to kill him.
Yeah.
No, and Renekton's a very difficult champ to kill. Bel'Veth has some good items, but plated steel caps is going to do work here. That's the first time you want to build plated steel caps on Renekton. By the way, War Mace.
Wow, I see some shade being thrown here.
Slander.
I actually, for that last fight from SKD, I actually liked how it started. My only concern is how it ended, because the Pantheon ult was a little bit late, and the Kai'Sa Thresh coming up was also, they're trickling in. So because Now is grouping up as 5 and walking as a group, especially, being able to kill these 2 targets, if you're funneling in after in 1s and 2s, then you're just going to get taken down right after the next person goes. You're just feeding them kills. But I think that this next fight, if SKD can find a pick first, or group as 5 and fight as 5, especially with this Gragas ult, I think they can 100% win it. But yeah, look at this.
Really hoping for a comeback, to be honest.
Yeah,
I want to see a game 5 of this.
I'd love to go to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're just going to have to give up this drag. Maybe they can get pressure in the mid, top side, but you're not going to see this drag.
Yeah, as the root comes out here for the Seraphine, yeah, that Pantheon's not long for this world as the Mel comes in to clean up with a Q. They're playing hard to topside here. I mean, maybe they want the bounty for the tower, but this is going to be the 3rd dragon of the game. Soul Point going over to the side of Now.
They're looking to cross map, but it seems like the Renekton is going to answer. So they don't really. It doesn't really seem like they're going to find much.
No, I think they might be able to take the tower, but Renekton's here. Can clear the wave if he wants to go up, but decides the smart move is to play it safe, give the tower. You already have the Drake, so
They are getting a lot mid too.
yeah, taking out this mid inhib. I mean, they're even pushing further. They're sticking around the base for a while. They're knocking on the inhib.
Yeah, well, they know they got
Stop
Baron. What are they going to do?
That's true. I mean, I'd love to see just like Kai'Sa is here. Just go on them. Just ult them. Flash like W. Try and get a Thresh hook. Like go. You have Kai'Sa ultimate. Yep, perfect. That's what you want to see.
Flash
Exactly. Ooh,
Good
hard
punish on
though.
the overextend. Ooh, Kai'Sa's already dead though.
Yep, as Bel'Veth getting caught in that topside jungle, but yeah, able to get the shutdown onto this Mel here. This is really good. Has to run away though as the rest of the team comes to clean up. A nice CC layering, but Jax is pretty tanky. Yeah,
Jax just kills the Pantheon.
hard. And while this fight's going on, they are knocking on the Nexus, and I think this is just going to be
That's gonna be
GG.
game.
Wow. What a decisive game number 4. As it turns out, it's going to be Now, or Nemsicle 0% win rate, is going to take the victory in this match at 3-1 over SKD Seals Kids.
Give it another hour, my kids are going to scale. 1 second. It's unfortunate. It happens. But like I said, at the start of the game, I preferred Now's comp for very obvious reasons of just SKS or SKD, my kids, whatever, had to go into them unless they already had prior vision, prio in the jungle. It was gonna be bad, and that's exactly what happened. You can't really engage on a Nell, Seraphine, Jax, Silas, Renekton. That's like a very crazy anti-dive comp right there. There's 3 people who are trying to dive, 4 people
100%.
trying to dive on them. It's like it's brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we get too much further, do you want to say, what are your guys' thoughts? Who do you think is this series MVP for the side of Now? Any big plays? Any huge champs?
I think very close between Ferrestric and Comical, in my opinion. I think Comical's Cassante and his Scion game, especially Scion, was very good. His blind into Renekton was solid. His blind Renekton was solid. His first game was a bit off, but I do think it's because he tried to take the Ornn away from Seal. And I think that was a really smart move, which is also a reason why I think they swapped out. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seal.
No,
but
Chris came
Wait,
back
pause before
and
we go in. Do you
part
want
of
to
the
make a
team.
poll in the Twitch chat plan just so we see what our users think?
Absolutely, I'll pop that open.
Yeah.
But I think between the MVP, I'll put everyone there. But I think my vote, it's either gonna be the top lane or towards Ness, because Ness, they played around Ness very well on the Veigar mid lane, the Vel'Koz bot lane, now the Mel bot lane,
Mhm.
and all their victories they played really well around him. So
I
Yeah,
think
I think my
Brezi's an
MVP would also be. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think Brezi's an unspoken hero here. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the plays that happen, that occur, that are allow for now to kind of like get an advantage happen through Brezi being there facilitating his team. But I mean, don't get me wrong. Every single one of them played well. It's just I feel like the jungler made a big difference in a lot of these fights.
yeah, can definitely see that.
Well, I really do think Comical deserves this win. I think he did very well into your champion's seal. No offense. I think
It's
I
a team
really do think
game.
I
Team
really do
game.
think I really do think Comical Scion was really good. What is your thought, Planned? What are you
Yeah,
thinking?
I mean, Comical did really well this game, or this match series. I
Mhm.
think that playing well in the top lane and then extending that lead into other lanes. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the responses. I can only choose a couple, a maximum of 5 options, it looks like, which is kind of crazy. So, unfortunately, I'll be putting the.
I don't even see the thing to vote.
I am putting it up now. So unfortunately, Ping Spam, I'm sorry, but there wasn't enough room to put you on the poll. So check your votes in, but yeah, I'm thinking, looking at this top lane, looking at this bot lane, they played really, really well. But man, that was this has been the Diamond and Master Elo show match for the LEPL Season 3 preseason. So, I mean, let us know in the chat. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I mean, I've certainly had fun watching these games. They've been excellent fun. Excellent fun.
You know what? Comical's my goat, so I'm gonna go ahead and vote for Comical here.
A lot of tossing, a lot of throwing. I'm gonna put it in for Comical too. I think Forestric actually did great too, though.
Yeah, lots of votes coming through. Got a lot. We got pretty much almost a vote for everyone here. And then I think a lot of these games have been very much a team effort for both sides. I think when a team wins, it's because their entire team has played well around each other. And I don't think there has been a game where it's just one person where you're like, yes, this person single-handedly carried the game on their back. I think it's been a combination of a bunch of different factors. So excited to see what you guys think in the chat who deserves this MVP for the preseason Master Show match. Comical in chat saying, vote for me. So some representation. Some representation here.
It's fair coming from him.
And unfortunately, I have to make this transition here, otherwise my boss will destroy me. But Comical has reminded me, Twitch Prime exists. So if you do want to support the LEPL and you're excited for Season 3, feel free to chuck a Twitch Prime in. There is no pressure. It's always free to watch. But if you are liking the content and wanting to support our streaming, chuck it in. It'll provide a coffee for me and or Ben.
Yeah. Thoughts on getting a Ness and Comical double interview, seeing as they're both tied for first place for MVP right now?
I would be happy for that if you guys are in agreement.
Yeah, I will go pull them in. Give me a second.
Yeah, looking at the Tater Tot, if that is sounding good to you to pull both Ness and Comical in.
completely fine by me.
Sounds good. Are you wanting to stick around for this, Seal? I know that you did
Yeah.
play against Comical, so hopefully there's not too hard feelings between you two.
No.
But
Comical's my goat. Over Gucci.
perfect. We love to hear it.
Seal is
Yeah.
Comical's disciple. Between
Oh,
Seal's kids, Comical's
So
kids.
are we doing
Grandkids.
double interview?
we will be doing a double interview. Let's just
Okay.
we'll get them both in
They're
here and
in
do a
queue.
big old chat.
Yep.
So did
You
you
can
say
pull them
they're
in.
in queue?
No, in queue voice call.
Okay, I was like, oh, they've won their tournament and straight into solo queue. I'm like, wow, that's some dedication right there.
Pull them in when you're ready, plan.
Yep, whenever we're good to go, they should be. I'm looking for which chat they're in. They're all the way down the bottom. I see. Well, I see two so comicals, so I'll pull them both in.
What?
The purple so comicals is so comical.
Yeah. Bunch of goofballs.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome in.
Hello. Hello, people.
Welcome in, so comical and so comical.
Yep. That's why we both got MVP, because we're both so comical.
Incredible.
true.
Well, congratulations on the 3-1 victory over SKD Seals Kids. How are you guys feeling? We'll start with Ness here. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Honestly, I not to discredit my team, I was definitely thinking we were gonna lose today. But I'm so glad we didn't.
There's the confidence. That second round there, perfect. Love to hear it. And so comical. Anything to add there? How you feeling?
I'm happy, man. I won't get clowned in the general chat.
Perfect. Yes, as a
You know,
reminder.
'cause I clowned on the opposition last show match, the opposition to Ness's team last show match. So, you know, I didn't want to lose this one.
Fair enough. I mean, as a reminder to those of you watching, there's always a little bit of trash talk. There's a little bit of banter in general chat around these show matches. So I'm glad that you are able to, put your money where your mouth is and win this thing. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Wanted to talk to you, Comical, a bit about this top lane matchup. We do have Seal here, and he says that you're his GOAT. There's no hard feelings. But how did you feel about, these top lane games, especially these first 3 games? How did you feel through laning phase? How did you feel through these picks? What are your thoughts on how the laning phase went?
I would say laning phase in the first game with me as Ornn was like fine, and then I just started dying randomly. I just missed my abilities like ult and shit. Or sorry for the swear.
You're all right.
But yeah, that first game was a bit rough, but it's fine because it was just like a takeaway game from Seal. No,
Yeah, makes sense.
second game, I think that's probably my best game. That especially that last fight, the Drake fight. I took away Mundo's ult. That was my intention. I took away Mundo
That's
ult
what
and
we're
I went to Drake.
Yeah, that
I
was a good. I mean, you got the triple
saw you
kill
go
early
into
on the Cassante, so I think you were able to snowball that lead quite well.
I trained Seal in the Mundo Cassante matchup, and he did a lot better than the first time I played against him as Cassante. So
I will say my team gave this guy like 3 kills freaking in the start of the match. All right.
Blaming
It's
your
brutal.
own kids.
I had Iceborne Gauntlet like at like minute 10 or 8 or something.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
remember.
disgusting.
Yeah, after that,
I was doing
pops
good
out.
farming, but yeah, it was a little rough.
Absolutely.
And then the silent game is a little rough for Seal. He almost killed me level 1 or not level 1.
It's like level 4.
At first blood, I think.
Yeah.
But it was like 1 auto, and I just killed him with the 1 auto. So and I had exhaust as well. It was pretty OP.
Yeah, what a monster.
But I saw that flash. You flashed behind him to like deny the leg. I think that
Yeah.
was crazy.
He does it every time. Like he does it every time. I was like,
Too
okay.
predictable.
And
Damn. But yeah,
Yeah,
congrats.
that
That was
song is good.
those were some really good matches, and I mean, we were there's a lot of fighting in the laning phase, so we were focused around a lot, but we did catch some of those 1v1 kills for both of you. But Yeah, on that Cassante and Sion game, and when you're able to get ahead and be that big shield and big, you know, body in the way for your team, I think it led them to have a lot more space to play the game. So that was quite well done. Flipping it over here to Ness, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about your laning phase because you actually were swapped around a little bit. You played in the bot lane, you also played in the mid lane for the Veigar game. How was your thoughts going up against not only because, but against Blue in the mid lane?
Yeah, I've never played against because ADC before, and his Varus is very, very, very oppressive because I kind of giga into that game. He's so good at spacing, it's ridiculous. However, after the mid game reset mind game, I was ready, and so I went back with Vel'Koz.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, we did see that Vel'Koz come out, and I think John here, as well as me and Tater Tot, were like, "Wow, that's a strong champion." I mean, I harped on about it, Comfort as King, and you have played a whole bunch of Vel'Koz, so I don't think it was super surprising to see you pop off on that champ. And then in the later
Yeah.
games, we had. Oh, sorry, if you wanted to expand on that a little bit.
I was gonna say like being able to play these APCs is only really possible because Brezzy and Comical are playing ADs and they're also like kind of carrying around the entire map. So I just had to neutralize more than anything. So like shout out to Brezzy.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I think in a lot of these matchups in the bot lane, we did see both bot laners sort of play towards scaling that in that laning phase. They weren't like calling junglers down to be like, let's just go all in. I feel like in this laning, the early laning phase at least, you guys were a lot more conservative with how you played the phase. And then as the game got on, when people got stronger, then you started to play around your team a little bit more. So that's very visible, especially in this last Mel game. It's the most recent when you're able to roam up towards the mid lane and the top lane with your team as this sort of death ball, and then get on top of the enemy champions and blow them up.
Yeah, in the mid game, whenever we're no longer tied by lanes, a lot of comms were being thrown around, and Brezzy was leading a lot of the like jungle invades. He was calling for help on where people should go to be able to like successfully just completely decimate the enemy jungle. It, game 4, like on the Mel game, every time he would call it, it was just making the Bel'Veth more and more homeless. It was really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to ask you a little bit about these mid lane jungle matchups. You mentioned Brezzy being a big voice in these games. Was he your main shot caller for a lot of these plays around the map?
He was definitely the main one directing where we're looking as the jungler, but there was also like Rinsler was communicating a lot, like either who flashed or what lane he's going to. And when Ping Spam played, he was also communicating, but it was a bit of everyone.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, when communication is flowing, then it makes the team level up. If everyone's on the same page, which is good. A little jumping off that question is this is open to both you and So Comical here. Is how did you feel the mid games went playing around the objectives? I feel like both teams had very good objective setup. They got there and fought revision around like the 1 minute 130 mark, and then usually it was either a big team fight or one team sort of left and it was uncontested. So how were you able to get everyone there and set up around these objectives to create such good team fights?
Um, most games we had a TP advantage, so we were always able to have an extra person side laning just to have more pressure on the map, which I find helps a lot to spread out the enemy team. But also, I think in the later on games, a lot of our drafts just had a lot more control with them. Like with the Veigar, we had Veigar, Cassante, Ashe. We had vision control. We had Cage to play around, and the Vel'Koz one, we had Scion, Echo, Janna. We just had a lot of like opportunities to take control of the objectives if we got there before them.
Yeah, our drafts were really good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we could see
Yeah,
you guys were playing well around him. I know that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tater Tot.
I do want to ask a question to Comical because I know you're like a really big carry top player, but you opted more into tanks this series. But I want to know why, because you have the Ornn, you had the Cassante, you had the
Scion.
the Scion. Yeah. Was there like
I went.
anything?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, you got it.
I lean more towards tanks because they're just really good for draft and competitive play. Like if I try playing Aatrox, like in scrims, I tried playing Aatrox against Ornn, and the Ornn was just infinitely more useful than I was. So like even if I won lane, the Ornn would be more useful than me because of his durability and ult. I'd have to play way better than him. Uh, yeah, it's just they're really good. It is also just really good for what we're wanting to play, like the ADC, the mid laner, even jungle. Like, even though Brizzy would be like Zahin, like the tank top is still just so much better to have.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was like
So
glazing your Scion, but I really do think that Scion game was really good.
yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
yeah, that Sion game was really good. Uh, I got a good lead early, and then I just like forced it. I just keep pushing waves, just getting more farm, more health, and then mid late game I just like force side lanes, and then if my team wants to fight, then I just fight with them, like TP or just walk at the enemy, and they just can't do anything.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
just
it
too
was really
tanky.
good against that Malzahar, at least, is what we noticed, because, of course, they had the comp, the Malzahar Viego, where they want to blow up the first target, but if that first target is a Scion with, 4k, 5k HP, it's kind of hard to blow up first try.
Uh,
Mhm.
and I would build like Hall of Radiance and like Titanic, so my wave clear would be really insane. So I'd always have prio
Yep.
and good tempo.
I'll open it up here a little bit. Did Seal or Paradox, you have any questions for Ness or So Comical?
I have one question. Ness, you want to give an estimate of the next month you'll get Vel'Koz in an in-house?
Uh,
Yeah.
tomorrow. I'm getting him
Tomorrow. Y'all
tomorrow.
heard it.
Well,
Everyone
it's
queue up for in-houses tomorrow. Get some Ness
get
Yeah,
it out of
target.
Vel'Koz.
here.
Yeah, target ban Ness. Don't target ban me.
Get them on
Uh,
opposite teams. Put them both in like the jungle or
I
something. See how
I
that goes.
yeah, don't target Bank Uncle. Just pick a tank against him. You'll win.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
shit,
true.
yeah.
Phase rush Ornn.
True,
Dude, phase rush
true.
to Ornn goes so hard.
It's kind of crazy.
Unkillable.
Uh,
Perfect. Well, if there's no more questions here, open the floor. But thank you so much, So Comical and Ness, for popping in for this MVP interview. Congratulations again on the 3-1 win over SKD Steel's Kids. And hopefully you guys had fun in the Diamond and Masters show match here.
Thank you
yeah,
very much.
we definitely did have fun. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, hopefully you guys are looking forward to the start of the LEPL Season 3. The draft is tomorrow, will be streamed around the same time at 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST. So get in, look forward to that. But in the meantime, thank you so much. And we
Yeah, thank
will
you.
see you all later. All
Goodbye.
right, take
Can
care.
we
Take
Later.
do
care.
a quick reminder for the draft time tomorrow?
Yes, go for it, Paradox.
It is, once again, one last time. If you are participating in the LEPL Season 3 tournament, draft day, all the captains will be there, as well as me, Plan, Geppetto, and GP will be at 9:30 a.m. p.m. Oh, wait, no. 9:30 a.m. PST, which is also 12:30 p.m. EST.
Oh, it's been
So
brought
be
up.
here.
Apologies.
Yes. So it is 9:30 a.m. because that is the only time all captains are available. So, yes.
Well, waking up bright and early at 9 a.m. PST. Make sure you get there on time. I don't even want to know what time that's going to be for me. So,
Sorry.
no, that's all right. For those of you
We
in
got
the
it.
chat who might not be aware, I am running on NZT, or that's New Zealand time. So I usually wake up quite early to do these streams, but if we are waking up at 9 a.m. for the draft, I'll be up bright and early at 5 a.m. for everyone. So I will be there, but I might be a bit sleepy. It's okay. We'll have some other casters come in and do their thing, so I will just be hanging out, watching the draft in the background. But it should be very entertaining. I'm excited to see who gets picked up by each team. I know there are a couple different people, perhaps even in this call, who are wanted by multiple teams, so we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, unless there's any other announcements, Seal or Tater Tot that you want to talk to Twitch chat about.
Yeah, one major announcement. You want to be on my team, baby. You're the greatest players. Hop into the in-houses tonight. Let us see your potential.
Interesting,
And we'll draft
interesting.
you.
Oh, that's a little bit of shameless self-promotion there. That's all good. But anyway, this has been the
It's okay, man.
this has been the Diamond
report planned.
Masters show match. So thank you all for coming. Again, the score is 3-1 for Now versus SKD. We'll rejoin you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. PST or 12 p.m. or sorry, 9 a.m. PST, 12 p.m. EST. So hopefully you guys will be there bright and early tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Take care, and we will see you guys later.